you.
Okay. Member Robbins,
Here, thank you.
Member Gazy,
Here.
Member Seraphy Cox, Member Stein.
Present. I can't believe they gave you another job, Susan.
I just want to say that Member Seraphy Cox is here. I'm not sure she's on mute. She's on the phone.
Okay. I'll call her at the end then. Member Levy.
Oh, I'm here now. I'm on the telephone because I'm traveling, so I just wasn't able to unmute before.
Okay, so that's Member Seraphy. Member Shira.
Yes, present.
You have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. So our first item is going to be a motion to go into executive session, and hopefully that will be very brief for those of you who will be waiting. We will be coming back into open session, and we will begin public comment when we return. So again, sorry to keep you waiting for a little bit. And so Josh Dixon has very nicely again offered to help us as we go into a breakout room and sort of hold this space for everyone until we return. So thank you, Josh. So is there a motion?
I make a motion to go into executive session. You want me to read it or?
Yes, please.
Request to enter executive session under Mass General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion made and seconded, and the chair so declares that there's a need to go into executive session. So roll call, please, Susan, on entering executive session.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
You have
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Again, we
Member Robbins. I'm sorry, I forgot Member Robbins.
It's okay. Yep.
Okay, sorry.
okay. We will try and be as brief as possible. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. And again, we will come back into open session. So Josh, feel free to, thank you. which we're glad about. And now our next item is public comment. If you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I'll set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. I ask that all but the school committee turn off your video until called upon, because only the person who is recognized has the floor. First up, I see Patrick.
All right. Is everything working? All right, very good. Good evening, everybody. Want to speak tonight about, sorry, my name is Patrick Bowen. My children are in Leeds Elementary School. Speaking tonight about the second reading of the EBCFA, the face masking and general COVID policy of the Northampton School Committee. Wanted to bring to attention everyone in the committee that the CDC released guidance today for K-12 schools. It came out, I believe, this afternoon, and I strongly advise that you review it before you make any policy around COVID at schools. Among other things, it changes their recommendation on masking to only happen during times of high transmission as defined by their current metrics. It eliminates quarantine periods. It generally updates their guidance for where we are at this point in COVID's existence. I want to speak to the draft policy that is for discussion tonight. State again that I'm speaking as myself and also as a member of Mass Choice Pioneer Valley, that without a federal or state mandate, a local mask mandate is not enforceable, and that our organization will reconsider legal action if the school committee maintains they have a right to deny children education if not compliant with a mask mandate. The position of Mass Choice is fairly closely in line with the DPH, with DESI, with now the CDC, whereas the policy that is proposed and for discussion tonight is at this point a fringe position with no public health support. That high quality one-way masking is sufficient for those seeking protection beyond rapid tests, vaccines, antivirals, and the vast majority of the population having prior infection. As of February, the CDC estimated that 75% of the country had COVID at that point, and since then a lot more people have gotten it. So the numbers, I believe, more like 90% of the country at this point. So, and the proposed policy will likely forcibly mask children, Northampton school children, from at least November to March, with no end date. Since this extremist policy is already far beyond those proposed, those recommendations from state or federal authorities, my question is, when will it end? Masking kids for years on end is not an acceptable policy. It would negatively impact their quality of life and development, and our children deserve and need normalcy now. There's a recent op-ed by New York Times, in the New York Times by Harvard's Joseph Allen, who previously advised the Northampton schools about their ventilation policy. He's also arguing that children deserve normalcy. The mask should no longer be required, and surveillance testing is no longer necessary. And today's CDC recommendations also align with that. So I ask that the Northampton School Committee did not adopt the current proposal as drafted, and please review the CDC guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa.
Hi, my name is Lisa Modinos, and I'm in Florence. I spoke at one of the last school committee meetings regarding a letter that I sent to the school committee on May 29th regarding what I deemed a crisis at Bridge Street.
Recording in progress.
Sorry, go ahead.
Regarding what I deemed the crisis at Bridge Street School regarding special education. In the spring semester, at least I believe 9 ESPs quit within weeks of each other. The BCBA quit. And then since the end of the semester, the school year, the 4th grade special education teacher quit, and now the principal is gone. So we have an interim superintendent, we have an interim principal at Bridge Street who is supposed to be in charge of, I believe, a lot of the special education and ESP organizing, scheduling, among other things. Beth was doing stuff to keep things somewhat organized, and mental health stuff for ESPs. There's no fourth grade special ed teacher yet, and we have a brand new BCBA. So what was already, I deem, a crisis seems like it's going to be a little shaky at the beginning of the school year. So my son is disabled. He'll be starting fourth grade at Bridge Street School in the fall, and I have no confidence that it won't be a disaster. And I asked the school committee what they were going to do about this crisis at Bridge Street School in my last school committee meeting and in my email letter, and I'm asking that again. Special ed students are always bottom of the ladder when it comes to everything, when it comes to decisions, budget, and staffing. And I know staffing is a nightmare everywhere, but across the states, COVID hit everyone hard, hit special ed the hardest, disabled children the hardest, the most vulnerable the hardest. So I would like to know, and I'm putting it out there to the school committee, what are you doing about the crisis at Bridge Street School, special education programming for the upcoming school year?
Thank you. Oops. Next is Brianne.
My name is Brianne Schwartz, and I live in Florence. I'm here to speak about the masking policy that is up for discussion and possible vote this evening. I'm a speech language pathologist in private practice here in Northampton, and I have a rising first grader who attends Northampton Public Schools. The school committee has long deferred to the Department of Public Health and Director O'Leary in regards to this ongoing discussion. At the end of last school year, in her May 27th letter to the school committee that was then shared with the broader school community, she wrote, "We recognize that masks can impact speech language development, emotional development, and mental health." She acknowledged the potential long-term risk of masking in this age group and stated masks should be encouraged but optional at this time. As a speech therapist and parent, I've long advocated for this essential consideration, acknowledging the negative impact that masking has on learning, development, and well-being is an essential part of the conversation. I saw Director O'Leary's statements in her letter as a step forward for us as a community, and tonight I am sadly disheartened by this potential policy that can only be interpreted as a step backwards. Requiring universal indoor masking at medium levels is extremely aggressive, and this is not in line with what CDC is recommending. Furthermore, murky language such as increased transmission and absenteeism or increased risk of disease without laying out clear metrics leaves us in the same place we were at the end of last school year, a policy that lacks clarity with too much power in the hands of a few. I'm also deeply troubled by the line that states that a child will be removed from school for failure to comply with a mask mandate. If the committee votes in favor of this policy tonight, they vote in favor of denying a child their legal right to free public education. It's hard to believe we are having this conversation heading into the fourth school year of the pandemic. So many lives have been lost and there's so much grief, but so much progress has also been made. At this point, these extreme policies only add to the mounting losses that have resulted from the pandemic. This policy should clearly recognize and state, just as Director O'Leary did, that any move towards a mask mandate also jeopardizes education. It should only be used under the most extreme circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a quick look. I don't see any further hands for public comment. So seeing no other public comment, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you all for all who contributed to public comment this evening. Next, we have announcements. Are there any announcements from school committee members? Member Agna.
Hi, everybody. I have been working on our proposed retreat, as you know, and after 3 or 4 doodles, I'm sorry for all of the different links and all of the concern or the confusion around what date would work. But right now, we seem to have September 19th as one that works for most. I'm saying that because it works for most. Not everyone has weighed in at this point, and I really do need everyone to weigh in so that we can go forward and schedule our retreat. And again, our retreat will have norms, rules of procedure, and goals as part of our work together in our retreat. So please, if everybody look again to make sure that would work for you, and then I will let you know a final date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for doing that. Member Levy.
Thanks so much, Member Agna. You shared with the school committee as we were scheduling that we are looking to do a number of retreats, as we know. And you shared with us that there were some reasons why we needed to do this retreat first, as opposed to the retreat on anti-racism. And given that it was a partial request by the public that we engage in anti-racism work, I thought it would be useful to just let the public know why we're not moving forward with an anti-racism retreat right now, although we are still planning on it. Can you just explain that for the please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Member Levy. That is the reason that we had an agenda of doing the norm setting and the review of the rules of procedure. Also, it's been mentioned that we need to establish goals, I think, based on the district improvement plan, but we can discuss that during our retreat. We would want to give the attention that is necessary to do the anti-racist, anti-bias work. And I wholeheartedly agree that that is on our agenda and will need to be addressed sooner than later. And I really appreciate your pointing that out, Member Levy, that we need to do that sooner than later. And so again, thank you. And to the public, we will be addressing this. Thanks.
Am I incorrect, Member Agna, that we are also looking for funding for that retreat, and that's one of the reasons why we're not doing that right now?
That is true. And I don't want to put any pressure on those who are hoping to get funding from, but it happens to be the state of Massachusetts that we're looking to have included in our budget, the budget from the state of Massachusetts, some funding for the work that we want to do in our community. And I'd like to emphasize that too. We know that we are in need of this work, but we also know this is a wider community issue. And we have looked to a couple of excellent trainers to look at it from the point of view of an institution like the school committee, an institution like our public schools, and also our community. So we are hoping and waiting to hear whether we do have funding for that. And currently all we have funding for is our first retreat. Thank you for pointing that out too, Member Levy.
We're very grateful to our state partners who are trying to assist us with that funding.
We are very grateful to them.
And for them reaching out to us and
Yes,
they'd like to help. Member Stein.
I know we have the calendar on the agenda tonight to vote to approve, and I just wanted to just briefly acknowledge a lot of the emails and correspondence we've received from the community about this. I know it's hard. Whenever one changes a school calendar, school calendars are important things logistically and legally in terms of how many days of education we offer, but they also send a message to the community about what sort of things we want to collectively observe or not. And I feel like in the situation we're in, for all the reasons enumerated by Member Agna in the letter that was circulated, this seems to be the best fit for us now. But I don't want anyone to feel like we're not hearing them or that we don't value their communities, their beliefs. And I hope as the year goes through, we can continue to talk about any issues that might come up around this regarding kids feeling left behind, etc. So I just wanted to say that I think we all hear you, and we certainly don't want members of the community to feel disrespected, and that certainly is not our intent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for voicing that, Member Stein. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. There are no recommended actions this evening, so we can move on to reports and recommendations. And first up is rules and policy. And Member Gazy. So there's second reading and vote policy EBCFA, face masks and face coverings, and your committee met, and I'm going to hand this over to you.
Okay, do you want me to share my screen, get that up, and
Certainly.
see if I can hold on?
Do you need some help with that?
We'll see. Hold on. I think okay. Maybe I need some help.
Okay, so let me open up policies and shall I open up the PDF or the doc?
Open up the I believe it's the one it's the PDF.
PDF. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on one sec. Now let me give me one moment. And can everybody see it? It's a bit small, I think. Is that better?
You might have to, yeah. Great.
Good.
Lovely.
Okay.
So we met yesterday, the Rules and Policy Committee. We met with Layla Taylor, our attorney, and she reviewed a lot of the language and reorganized us and gave us a lot of comments. I'm just going to start top to bottom. What I did, because it'd been a long time, is I went back and rewatched the video of June 9th when we initially discussed it. So I had everybody's comments then, because everybody forgot to send them to me and I forgot to ask them for it. So that worked out well. A lot of the yellow is our initial edits, which we have moved on to. So moving down in the first paragraph, when you get to the pink peer-reviewed studies there, yes. There was debate in the school committee last time. Some people thought, Kaya thought that we shouldn't, Member Goldman thought that that wasn't really within our purvey to put it in. I believe Member Stein liked it. According to Layla, if we want to include that, we should actually have these cited studies available to the public and listed in our COVID section in our website. So there's that first little piece. Do you want that piece included or not? When I listen about the new guidance that is out there today, I was just trying to Google it and couldn't get it, but I'm sure somebody will send it to me. We should probably take that into consideration too. On, that might be one of the ones that we want to include. So the question is, do you want to do it? Do you want me to go through all the issues or stop and wait?
I was going to ask you what your preference is, whether you want to just do sort of segment by segment and then see if there are comments.
Why don't I just give a brief overall so we sort of know what we're talking about,
Okay.
I think. The next part is down in the second paragraph. Those were changes to the ad hoc policy. We are going to be making sure that the name of that committee, the ad hoc committee, is consistent all the way through. There was concern last time that we should list the people on the committee. Attorney Taylor said that you didn't really list people in policies, but we would have them listed on the website of the schools in the COVID, and the whole website is being redesigned to make it more accessible to the public. And we added the superintendent and the health director to that. And so that, I believe there's been some debate or trying to recruit people to be on there. We took out the part about the summer meetings because that didn't happen. And moving on now to goals, which is down sort of the next bolded area.
Right here?
No, above. Right there, goals, right
Goals.
before blue stuff. Yeah, we rewrote those. The question in this area is, should we have, okay, continue up to the next section of goals.
Okay.
See the pink part. Continue to mitigate COVID risk for children through a multi-layered approach that includes pooled testing, at-home rapid testing, access to vaccination, contact tracing, and responsible reporting. We don't, right now, there is no pooled testing, I believe, and there is no contract tracing, so we have to figure out what to do there. When we did the types of masks, we put in the on-ramps and off-ramps, what triggers masking and what doesn't. We put them with, if you move down now to universal masking will be required when required by law, or when the CDC elevates to medium, or if it elevates to high for 1 week. Those are things up for debate. And then the third one, continue to the next page, is if the superintendent determines that because of excessive kid absence and or staff and teacher absence that we can't get subs, and we can't really, it's affecting the education, then that can be a trigger. And we are hoping to put on the dashboard COVID cases on the website so that there is a place that is easily able to trace that. We need a definition in when the school committee determines that should be implemented policy, and each of those on or off has within it the, when you take it off. We put in a piece about communicating with the public on how we would talk about masking or unmasking through robocalls, through talking points. Building-based newspapers principals would be contacting their families, and other methods as determined by the superintendent of school. That relates to the website piece that is being up, a communication piece on COVID, I believe. We redid the reasonable accommodations to universal indoor masking. We need a definition, to put in a definition of what we mean, like is it indoors, just indoors? Is it on buses? Is it on if there's field trips? Although I would imagine if we got to masking, we wouldn't be doing field trips. Let's see, where is it? It should complete. Scroll up, please. Violations.
This way? The
Yeah,
other, okay.
yeah, that's good. So this is as recommended when you would do it, and it has the status that we were there. On ramps, I'm just looking to see. Then we get, okay, move up. Classroom policies after exposure. I tried to address Dina's question about, you know, if there's a classroom exposure, you're supposed to mask up, everybody's supposed to mask up, but do they do it outside or not? Some of this might be more focused on the elementary schools because they're the population with the least vaccination and sort of more, not compliant, but more willing to go along with what the teacher says. I don't know, to get with the program. So there's that piece. We wanted to ask Lisa Saffron today about the vaccination status of the elementaries, because if they have lower rates, that may be justification for requiring for indoor and outdoor exposure, hard to say. And then the last piece, scroll up, is the disease investigation contract tracing. So are we going to do that? Should it be in the policy? The state no longer provides support for this. Should we have this in there or just cross that piece off with the contact tracing? And then I think that's everything. Oh, if you scroll up some more, down at the bottom, keep going. This is the request for mass commendation. And we worked on the language on students and staff who are determined to be unable to wear a mask, who should be able to get it. You have to get a doctor's note, I believe. And scroll up some more. This page is the continuation of the certification by the healthcare provider, either exempting or accommodating the not wearing a mask, and listing a couple of accommodations. And then I think at the bottom of it, that just is the signatures of people who would give it. So that's an overview of the main topics where we had to work on, where we felt we needed to consult you all.
Okay.
And I would like to add that there is another rules and policy meeting scheduled for the 17th.
Okay, so there's a rules and policy meeting scheduled for the 17th. I can add that I know Annie is going to try and schedule the ad hoc COVID-19 advisory committee tomorrow for a meeting in the next 2 weeks. And we discussed having another meeting, a full school committee meeting on August 25th, I believe. Okay, Member Stein.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to just start by thanking my colleagues on the Rules and Policy Committee for meeting yesterday and quickly trying to get a second reading on the agenda for us as we're looking at the school year. And I'm really grateful for all of the work that they did on the exemption process and the exemption waiver form, which I'm not sure who did the lion's share of that work, but thank you so much. I think
Attorney Taylor.
great. I'm thrilled to see sort of that and the shape that it's in. I think it's great. You know, I have a few things to say. One is just sort of about how we got to this point, which I think might be a useful reminder for the committee. And then just a few quick things about stuff that's in here that might also be helpful. You know, back in March, we had voted to create the ad hoc COVID policy committee to advise us, right? This was in response to an open meeting law complaint. And the recommendation we got from Layla was that instead of making the SHAC committee open, we should create a new ad hoc subcommittee. And so we voted to do that. We followed her advice. And unfortunately, we haven't made much progress on seating people. We're just sort of now trying to schedule a meeting. So as Holly mentioned, Member Gazy, apologies. We had originally, I think, planned to have 2 meetings of that committee this summer to talk about not only the masking policy, but whether or not we would want to continue to do pool testing, what would we want to do in terms of rapid testing, what would be our posture on all of these areas as we head into the fall and winter, which will give us another surge. So none of that work happened. So we're sort of scrambling now, about 3.5 weeks out to figure that out. And I find that very frustrating. Another issue we have is, yes, we are going to have a meeting, but as this policy states, and we may have to revise it, you know, it says, this second paragraph, the ad hoc advisory committee will consist of 2 committee members and other individuals with epidemiology and public health practice or public policy background. We've got someone with some public policy background. We don't, to my knowledge, have anyone with epidemiology or public health backgrounds. We've had a real hard time getting folks with those qualifications to commit. So I'm grateful for the folks that we're going to have. I'm sorry, my puppy's barking. Sorry about that. I'm getting them out of here. So I'm concerned that we don't have anyone in those roles. Those are arguably the most important sort of knowledge we get in making some of these evaluations and determinations. So I'm concerned about that. In terms of this sort of specifics.
Would people mind if I stop screen sharing? Just
No,
easier.
not at all.
Okay.
Sorry about that. He's very excited. You know, in terms of some of these the specific things, one last thing about the process, right? I don't really know how we go from here to the fall now, given that there's going to be one more RMP meeting on the 17th. We might have a meeting on the 25th. We've got this policy. I think what we have here is much better than the fact that we don't have a policy. But I think it would be nice if the ad hoc committee could have weighed in on this and there had been some more time for school committee members and the public to read it before we sort of vote on it. But I wonder, given the timing, if we just vote on it. So anyway, that's my reservations. Along the lines of some of the particulars, Member Gacy had asked sort of about the peer-reviewed information, and I had shared with the Rules and Policy Committee yesterday in the draft of this, the NIH-funded study that was published in the Journal of Pediatrics, which demonstrates a significant reduction of COVID spread in schools with universal masking. It's peer-reviewed, it's non-controversial. And the reason I think it's important, I still feel it's important for us to have this type of stuff, is we've often talked about our fealty to the facts and to the science, and it's important to do that. And earlier tonight in comments, some of what was presented in the rescinding of the last mask mandate isn't recognized by the CDC. It's not recognized by the NIH. It's not recognized by the, American Academy of Pediatrics. It doesn't seem to be recognized by anybody, and it's certainly not peer reviewed. And yet it continues to find its way into our communications. So part of insisting that that type of stuff is in there is that we sort of maintain that commitment to these, to sort of facts. The other thing I want to point to in the document is to remind folks where those triggers came in, what those triggers are and where they came from for when to have universal masking. You may remember that we had asked to be given some metrics from Shaq and from Director of Public Health and weren't getting any. So what's in there is basically where we were last spring when we got into trouble. So if you look at what the levels were in Hampshire County, and what the situation was in Northampton, when we removed masks and we had that huge explosion, we're at medium, right? So that's medium of the new CDC February 22 metric. That's the combined transmission risk and hospitalizations, right? So that was a medium for that. Right now, if you go to the Northampton Public Health website, you'll see that we are low overall in green, but we are at a high transmission area. So we're having about 200 cases per 100,000 right now, depending on the week, fluctuating up and down. So it's not that high we're talking about. The medium would be like where the low is. So right now, this would not trigger a mask mandate, I guess what I'm trying to say. And this metrics get kind of confusing. But the reason those metrics are picked is just based on that experience of what we went through. The hope was that the ad hoc committee we voted to create in March would have looked at that and given us some feedback. Obviously, that hasn't happened. It still seems like maybe the best guess we can make, given it's what we experienced locally. Yeah, I'm interested to hear everyone's thoughts. Really grateful to the committee for getting this on the agenda tonight and having the conversation move forward. Thanks.
Member Levy.
Thanks for the comments and the thoughts, Member Stein, and thanks to the committee for all your work on this. There's a lot in here, and there were some changes, some very big changes made yesterday when you all met. And I actually had gone through the document and made lots of comments, but now looking at this document, I realized I was going through the wrong version of the document. Whatever was emailed a few days ago was not this version. And I didn't know that this version was in our folder. I'm not sure when the folder was updated, but I didn't receive any kind of notification. Maybe I missed it, telling me that all of these documents for today's meeting were now in our folder, because when I looked in our folder 2 days ago, there was only the agenda. And so I know we need a policy. And while I've heard folks in public comment, I still think we need to have transparency and we need to have a policy. There are going to be times we're in a pandemic, and as much as we hope that we're not, and I would love to see us getting out of this, we are in a pandemic, and there are going to be times where masking may be required in order for us to keep our schools open. That's our number one goal here, is keep our schools open, keep kids in schools, keep teachers in schools and safe. I just think it's really important that we be able to read these details. I'm trying to read it really quickly right now, and I have some comments and some suggested changes, but I don't think that's the right approach to such an important policy. I think we need time to really be able to read this. You've done work to change it, and we need time to go over those changes. So I know it would be really great to have this policy in place before the school year starts, but I'm not prepared to vote on it tonight. And if folks really want to go through it line by line tonight, we can do that. I'm just not sure that's the best use of our time. But if we're going to vote on it tonight, I might ask that we go through it line by line together, because I'm just seeing little words like et cetera that were crossed out that I think need to be in there. And I'm seeing where other major things that were crossed out that I think we really need to discuss. And to the point that was made in public comment, the CDC has new guidelines out today. I think we've got to be able to look at those too. Member Gazy.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that there's a lot to go through, and I doubt that we would be here all night because we spent 2 hours focused, just nothing on that. Things like the et cetera that was crossed out, are you referring to the mask part where et cetera was crossed out? Because those were the only 3 masks that we were happy with. That's
Well,
why.
I'll just tell you that I'm married to a doctor and my family uses happy masks. We love them. They're comfortable. My young kids can wear them all day long. We had to mask at home for 10 days and we did it in happy masks. They're more effective than KN95s and they're more comfortable for kids to wear.
That's good. That's good information.
There are masks like that out there that are of that caliber, but are actually, I think, even better. So that's why I like the et cetera. But again, we could talk about these things. I just don't know that we should do that tonight because I just caught that et cetera. And I don't want to be able to just catch it. I want to be able to think about it.
I understand. That was just Layla trying to be more precise. And she doesn't like squishy words like et cetera.
I get it. But if we say et cetera, then it makes it clear that we mean that type of mask. And then
Exactly.
we can say that cloth masks are not okay.
I'm glad we have your perspective on that. I think it's useful. And I do think that we have to check out all the latest CDC that was referred to in public comment. By going through the little Post-its on the side, you can see this pretty well. What the pieces are. There was one piece that I forgot to mention, which was the one about large events needing a month, like that was reference to the prom and things. But our thought was that was difficult. And if there's masking, then it just should be masking and not.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. And I know that I can see what changes have been made if I look through the document on the right. I'm suggesting I want to have the time to really do that thoughtfully.
Okay. Member Robbins?
I am in great accord with Member Levy about this, and I appreciate the work that my colleagues on the Rules and Policy put in yesterday. We met very quickly at Member Gazy's being able to maneuver that and make that happen. She invited Layla to come in and look at the existing policy, and there were enormous changes that we were presented with very quickly. And Member Levy, we also were confused because I think Layla had trouble getting into the original documents that were there, so she created her own document, and we worked from that. But we had some really serious questions about how major those changes were, and many of those are the ones that are in pink or are underlined or information that we don't have because we needed that information from nursing staff. But I am very happy to go back and work on this again with the Rules and Policy Committee and then take suggestions from members about what they would like to see there. We were warned that members cannot actually contribute to the original document. Layla told us that, and I'm a little confused then about how members do contribute comments that they want to make on this document, given what she said about quorums and committees, and maybe the mayor can clarify that. But my major concern was about changes that were made to the COVID committee, the advisory committee, because my understanding was that we voted as a committee to have a group of professionals who are really keen and wonderful and well informed, who would then comprise the group that would advise the school committee about what they thought would be best practice and what concerns we might have. And I was surprised to see in the wording that we were presented with yesterday that committee was, you're not seeing it in here, but at the time it said there was a cap of 3 people on it, including the people that we actually were shifting from SHAC to this committee in the effort to have an open committee and have something that the public could event. I think I heard that SHAC is still meeting with the superintendent as a whole. And there was language in there about, it was very confusing about whose advice would be taken in order and who would contribute to that and what would happen. And, the picture of having like all these different groups coming and telling us, well, you should do this or you should do that. We really did talk about that and we struggled with it. And I think we came back to the sense that we did decide this ad hoc advisory group would be the one who would do the work, who would talk, who came from areas of expertise, who knew what the recent research was, and could give us the best advice on the hopefully will never happen again, but we know it will, resurgence of this particular quite terrifying virus. And it was welcoming to actually get the Journal of Pediatrics work that was done on looking, I believe, at the populations in Massachusetts about the incredible difference that masking made in order to keep kids safe and keep transmission down and keep schools open. And that's documentation that's about the kids in the state that we live with. So that was a helpful thing to be able to deal with. If we have this ad hoc advisory committee meeting soon, as I believe the mayor has said it's going to happen, I am really confused about who is going to be on it and how that represents what I think we all believed would be a not capped group of experts in that field. And I'm very confused about the role of a public policy person on that as being one of the members. So I would hope for some clarification before. I'm happy to pass this back to Rules and Policy to look at with input, if that is okay, from members of the committee. But I would like us to leave this session with some understanding about what the role of the ad hoc advisory committee is and who comprises it. And if we don't have that committee together yet in the way that it should be, we should be talking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee presently has 7 members. There is one additional person that I am trying very hard to connect with. I just left another message for him with his spouse today. But it had additional, so I don't know about the 3 cap. I never saw that version. I don't know anything about why or how that got there. But there are actually, 7 people currently, including our newly appointed school physician, who asked to be a part of it. Lisa Saffron's on it. Another school nurse, the Jackson Street nurse, has asked to be a part of it. She, I believe, has a public health background in addition to her nursing background. There is someone who has been expert in crafting policy. This is about advising on policy. There is the 2 committee members who had previously been part of the SHAC. There is Dr. Ian Goodman is a doctor, yes. Dr. Ian Goodman. I think I covered everybody. So there are 2 MDs, 2 nurses, a policy person, and the 2 members of the school committee. And then there's a one additional person again who I believe is an epidemiologist that I'm trying to get a confirmation on whether or not he is willing to participate.
So how are those members different than SHAC, Mayor?
I mean, this is per our motion, this is a committee to advise us on policy around the pandemic. So the superintendent, and she's welcome to speak about it if she'd like, has had a decision whether or not to continue SHAC, and that was her decision to continue the SHAC. So
are the members of this committee also on SHAC?
is Lisa Saffron on SHAC?
Yes, the only one from SHAC is myself.
Okay,
Thank you. Yeah.
So could I just make a request that I really, I might have read this wrong, but I think when we decided to create this committee, we were going to make every effort we could to have it be a group that was different than SHAC. And I understand we will have 2 MDs, we may have an epidemiologist, but we were going to really reach out to the larger community to find people who are experts in transmission. I think that there's been a 4-month lapse between when we first started talking about this, and perhaps we need to keep that committee open and not say this is what it is and continue asking people to send in names or make recommendations.
I would be happy to consider additional people at any point who have relevant experience who would like to be added, but we have reached out to many people and have had many conversations and have had many recommendations. And these are the people who have confirmed that they are willing to participate.
Okay, can I just ask that last question? I don't understand the public policy piece.
So this is a committee that is advising us on policy. So that was one of the areas that we thought was reasonable for someone to have an expertise in, how to craft policy. And so, as I said, Annie's working very hard to get a meeting scheduled with them. And if you all agree, I would like to have a special school committee meeting on that last Thursday, the 25th. So my hope is that we can convene the ad hoc committee and have them weigh in, or, figure out how to advise us on policy. And before we have that meeting, which would be before the start of school. Dr. Pearson Campbell, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, for having a shack to me is having a day-to-day operations. So Lisa Saffron and I and the people on the shack committee and what's on the ground. So we also work with the ad hoc. So that's how I see it, because sometimes you need to pull everyone together, and we're in the location of the schools. So that's why I see the shack as an important part of my job, working with the people who work with the school system versus having outside perspectives, because we work every day with the schools, and that'll be part of my goal, is to make sure that everything is health and services there at the school building. So that's why I think it's needed.
Thank you. Okay. Member Seraphy Cox, you're unmuted, right? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So a couple of things. For one thing, I'm curious if folks, I understand that folks feel like they haven't had a chance to adequately, review the policy. I, though, kind of am wondering if what we currently have on the books feels better to folks than what is before us. So that's kind of one thing that I would ask, and thinking about the fact that the Rules and Policy Committee has further meetings planned on this. Sorry, I raised my hand like 20 minutes ago. So the other thing that I wanted to point out is that many of the changes that are in here are things that were flagged for further discussion. So, that was what we wanted to discuss with you all tonight. And there were things that Holly, kind of mentioned as she was, Member McGasey mentioned as she was presenting the policy for discussion. So certainly want to highlight that and go back to those questions. The makeup of the committee, about it being, limited to 3 public health professionals or experts in that field. That was an edit that Layla had made that the subcommittee wasn't sure about. And so that was one of the questions that we were bringing to the full committee was, is this how you want to have it or not? The et cetera in the masking list, the word et cetera itself is too vague, and because then, yes, it could include happy masks, but it also could include gaiters. So I think Layla probably would recommend to us that we just be more explicit of something like and masks of similar quality, something like that, so that we're not talking about low quality masks there. And then I don't remember the final thing that I was going to point out, but I I do like a lot of the changes that have been put into this. Oh yes, I remember the final thing was I'm curious if Member Stein, if that peer-reviewed study that you were talking about is something that could be shared with Member Gazy as the chair of the subcommittee, so that that can be included in the next draft of the policy.
Sure. Yeah, I had put it in the as a comment in the document yesterday, but I'm happy to email it. That's no problem.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, and that brings up the issue of, you know, Member Levy making comments and there being questions about open meeting law and comments on these documents. So open meeting law, of course, was a law that was created before we had the technology of shared documents. But the idea is that if we are all commenting on a document and communicating with each other, or all commenting on a document that is shared with everybody on the committee, that constitutes communication with the rest of the committee, and would be about, you know, would be deliberations if that were to occur. So that's the concern about open meeting law. So the question about how can members comment is really about creating a document, a version of the document that is not shared with anybody else, making your comments there, and forwarding those to the appropriate chairperson. So I would say in this case, it would be Member Gazy as the chair of the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. You know, these are some of the processes that I think, to Member Robbins' point, are really, really important for us to have really well understood, so that we as members of the school committee can have a clear way for our thoughts to be incorporated into discussions in a timely fashion and in a way that is useful for us moving policies forward. Because, you know, the edits that Member Stein had made back in June were very useful for the current version that you see in front of us. I don't know if Member Levy's comments were included in the conversation yesterday. I, again, was traveling, so I didn't have the live document as easily in front of me, so maybe Member Gazy can answer that question. But,
Yes, they were.
That information being, oh, perfect. Okay, thank you, Member Gazy.
Can I just clarify, because I just want to make it clear that I made comments on our shared document when we were all meeting together in public. And then I shared my comments with Member Gazy separately. I never commented on our public documents outside of our public meeting. I just want to make that clear for the public record.
Thank you.
That's a really good clarification, Member Levy. Thank you for making that. And I don't know if Attorney Taylor, you know, was aware of that, or you're right that is the right way to do it. So yes, so your comments that were made on that document were taken into consideration as we were incorporating, you know, edits together on this. And because of some of your edits that were there, that is why some of these changes are here as question marks rather than a solidified policy that, you know, the whole subcommittee is saying, yes, pass it exactly as written. That's not what the subcommittee is saying. So I think that my final thing is just to go back. I would like for us to go back to the key questions that the subcommittee still had about wording and about, you know, the pieces within this policy that still need to be solidified before we could even potentially think about voting on a policy tonight or any other time.
Mhm.
Thank you, Member Sarah Cox. Member Goldman.
Thank you. I do not feel that I'm in a position to approve this policy. I take issue with a number of aspects of it, although I am very grateful to the subcommittee for the way that you've really laid this out. I really appreciate that. I think it's well on its way to where we want it to be. I am not comfortable approving this now. I agree that it's important to have a policy in place. I don't think we should wait until the September 8th meeting. And so I wonder about, I would make a motion to schedule a special mask policy meeting. I think it's appropriate. I think it's called for in this situation that we put this that we have a mask policy for the pandemic before school starts. I'm not sure, before I make a motion as to suggest as much, I'm not sure what the order would be. I know, Mayor, you mentioned that there's I know that there's a COVID-19 ad hoc meeting being scheduled. And so I wonder if we have to wait to have I think it makes sense to wait to have I'm not sure what order makes the most sense, whether we should have the ad hoc committee before the special school committee meeting. And also I know that the policy subcommittee has a meeting scheduled for the 17th. So I don't know if we should have the special meeting before they meet again. Probably makes sense. I know subcommittees before have done so much work and then met again before we meet with them. So I think maybe so I'm not sure. That's definitely, I'm interested in conversation about the right order of the 3 meetings before scheduling a special masking school committee meeting. I'm also curious about the interest in having a special meeting. And I guess the last thing I want to say is just a shout out to Lisa Saffron. She's really was a significant and important part of the SHAC. And I'm so happy to hear the SHAC will continue, because I think that that's also a really great group to be working with the superintendent. And, if I could only pick one person to come over from SHAC to the ad hoc committee, Lisa would certainly be at the top of the list. I think she has a remarkable perspective. I will say the SHAC also had educators on it who provided some really great direct care information and contributions, that perspectives we wouldn't have had otherwise in the SHAC, that really contributed to the conversation. And I guess the last thing I'll say is I continue to have a lot of resistance to establishing metrics in a policy. That's still like my greatest concern with the current policy. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to schedule a special school committee meeting to discuss and vote on a masking policy by the beginning of school. Thank you.
I second it.
Okay, that motion has been made and seconded. So to that motion, I hear what you're saying about the order, and I think it does. When I was trying to figure this out, I had sort of imagined this special meeting again being in that last week before school starts, and was asking Annie to try as hard as humanly possible to get the ad hoc committee scheduled to meet before that date. If people want to push it farther, that's fine. I was just trying to work within those dates, and now hearing that that Rules and Policy also additionally has a meeting next week, right?
Yeah.
If that was possible to have Rules and Policy and have the ad hoc and then meet on the 25th, which is I know is a date that we've been looking at for a retreat, so it seemed like it was a possibility.
Yeah, that's a tricky one for me, but all right. That's okay. I actually, I don't know.
I mean, another, if people want to discuss another date, that's fine.
Well, I was wondering if we can, I also am a little nervous about waiting that long to have the special meeting. I'm more inclined to have the special meeting next week, but I do truly, and I appreciate wanting to have the ad hoc committee contribute to the conversation. But at the same time, it'll be our first ad hoc committee meeting, and no, I wish we could wait till after our second ad hoc committee meeting. You know what I mean? Because the first one, we're sort of getting our bearings and bringing the group together of individuals who don't know each other and saying, okay, we have 1 hour to write our school's policy. It makes me a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, we can revise and edit the policy at any time. I just feel strongly that we need something, and I'm not willing to approve this one for that. Although, yeah, that's sort of where I stand. Thank you.
Okay, so right now the motion on the floor is about creating a special meeting. Are there comments to that motion? Okay, Member Stein and Member Levy.
Yeah, I think it's, I agree with Member Goldman that it would be really important to have another meeting. I think there's been enough reservation expressed about members having enough time to read this before voting on it. Just that alone is helpful. I also wonder, I'm trying to think of the order of things too, right? Because we're quite behind the eight ball here. And I was thinking about one of the last things you said, Member Goldman, and it made me think, well, what if we had the special meeting and we voted on it, voted on whatever is the version that is, then up, and we have something in place that doesn't prevent the ad hoc committee from looking at it in its subsequent meetings and proposing, like, I think maybe I guess to say, given the unevenness and the difficulty of the scheduling here, maybe the best imperfect way forward would be to have that special meeting. If the ad hoc COVID committee policy meets beforehand, okay. If they have anything to say at that point, okay. But we still have this meeting and we can vote and hopefully have something in place, and it can be revised later. So that's just sort of, I'm trying to think through that difficulty. Yeah, so it's really tricky. I mean, the other issues, right, that this raises for us is, we haven't talked about pooled testing. We haven't talked about if we want to continue offering that for our students. We haven't talked about take-home testing. We tabled the question of buying rapid tests from DESE for these meetings of the ad hoc committee that we never set up. So we're sort of looking at a big crunch here, and a lot of families are going to be saying, well, what's the deal? When I left school in June, here's what was happening. You haven't even told me none of that's happening anymore, right? So like, it's part of like this whole question of like, what mitigation are we doing? And if we've lost pretty much everything, and then like the masking is like the last thing really, I don't know, like then it becomes even more important in a way. So I don't know, we have to think about all this together. I don't know what the order of things forward for those other issues are as well, right? Like, when do we talk about those issues? How do we communicate that to our community? So, yeah. And just the last thing, just on the metrics that you mentioned, I share your discomfort, but I also feel like one of the reasons of putting metrics in was to stop this from being a perpetual conversation at school committee level. So if you had a sort of clear, defined guideline that members of the community could look at and we could look at, that was it. It wasn't a meeting. Every meeting we have to talk about the same thing again. So I think it's useful in that way. And I would just point out, another reason for the medium level, because I know the new CDC guidance is going to say high, is that when we had Meredith talk about this in the spring, she said, based on our particular demographics, it's very unlikely we'll ever be high because of the proportion of young people in Hampshire County versus other counties. So like when we got inundated and nearly had to close down our schools, we were still just medium. right? But Franklin was high, Berkshire was high, Worcester was high, Hamden was high, but we were medium. And she was saying that it's something about our demographics. So I think learning from that experience and the particularness of, I guess, our community is important to keep in mind. So thank you.
Member Stein, you reminded me of something that I can share with the committee that's not school, it's not district specific, but I just authorized wastewater testing, citywide wastewater testing, which we're contracting through the end of June 2023. So just another point of information. It's actually something that one of the people that declined to participate on the ad hoc committee still recommended as something, and it was something that I had just worked with Commissioner O'Leary on a few days prior. So that is something that will be, I think, helpful for us as a community-wide in terms of being able to sort of see ahead what's coming towards us. So I just wanted to share that with all of you as you're thinking about different kind of testing and things that we think are important. Member Levy.
Mayor, thank you so much for that, because I was thinking, Member Stein, another reason why we're likely not to be high ever is that people aren't testing at the same rates that they used to be. And that those ratings of medium versus high is based on testing. And so if we have something like wastewater testing, that's a much more helpful metric that hopefully we can use and put into our policy. So I was just going to comment really quickly on the order of things. That I understand that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee wants our feedback on these questions, but we need time to read the policy before we can give the feedback on the questions or read the updates. And so I think it makes sense, to Member Goldman's point, for us to have our special meeting as soon as possible, as early as next week, before the Rules and Policy Subcommittee meets again, so that we can give those thoughtful responses to their questions, and then they can go back and make the changes. I'm putting this as a question to Dr. Pearson Campbell. My understanding is the school committee is addressing masking because that's a policy, and it's the school committee's responsibility to write policy for the district. But things like testing and contact tracing maybe those are policies, but I feel like those are more on the ground practices that would be up to the superintendent to decide on based on guidance from the SHAC. I agree, Member Stein, we need transparency and clarity about what we're doing and communication to our community. I just don't know that it's the school committee's role to make decisions about those things. And so that's a question I have for folks, maybe Dr. Pearson Campbell, maybe others, is whose job is that? Are those pieces?
Be part of the SHAC decision too, and also too working with the Department of Ed. Desi comes up with the recommendations, so that'll be part of the SHAC. And then we'll come back to the school committee and come back with a policy, so we all can work together. That'll be the goal.
Okay, so we do need a policy on things like testing and.
I love you. It's in the.
I know I finished my sentence in the middle of my sentence because the lovey was still in the car and I needed to be informed of that. But that was just the gist of what I was asking. So we do need a policy on these things too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Goldman.
I am, just to move this conversation along, going to modify the motion that I know that the policy subcommittee is meeting next Wednesday, the 17th. And I'm wondering, Holly, Member Gacy, if I agree with Member Levy that it's appropriate, it would make sense for us to meet before the policy committee meeting. So the special meeting would be on Tuesday, the 16th. Is that right? Or would the policy committee change the date of their meeting? I mean, really, I'm talking about, am I proposing that the special masking meeting be on Tuesday, the 16th or Thursday, the 18th?
if we can find a date, I'm happy to move the time if we can find a date that everybody on the subcommittee, the RNP, can meet. If that makes it easier, I assume we should discuss that because, yeah, I would love your comments before we go back because there's lots of big questions that we couldn't answer. And so I think that, I'm willing.
And that's really what we were going to do now, but it's too big. And now we've talked about how big it is forever.
I know
and so, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get it to you sooner, but between that and the constraints with open meeting, I think we're better off having a meeting and then
we need to. I agree. I also, I really prefer to have a discussion about it instead of everyone emailing you comments and then you get contradictory things about one part of it and it goes nowhere and you've spent a lot of time. So Mayor, I'm wondering if you could facilitate determining which date would be better, the 16th or the 18th for a special masking meeting.
So this
or
would
if
be
anyone has any other comments about that. Thank you. Full committee. Yeah, we need as many members as possible because this is about the masking policy. And I think it's important that we accommodate people's schedules as best we can.
Okay, and the dates you are suggesting are what again?
Next week, Tuesday the 16th at 6:30 and Thursday, August 18th at 6:30.
Okay. Just for me, I can't do Tuesday, Thursday. I have a city council meeting at 7 and I have missed the last multiple city council meetings for school committee meetings. So I need to go to that city council meeting. So if it was earlier than 6:30, I could do it. Or if I could be there from 6:30 to 7 and then I would have to hand it over.
Okay. Usually it's Dina, member Levy, who can't show up until that point. Does anyone else have, I'm wondering, member Levy, how early you could start and if other members have a earliest time they can start that's after 5:30, I guess.
I appreciate you remembering my scheduling needs. I too not do Tuesday, but if this is a one-time thing with this much notice, I can try and get childcare for Thursday, the 18th.
Okay. Does anyone else, if you could just unmute and mention, anyone else have difficulty with next Thursday, August 18th at 6:30? Oh, you said, Mayor, you said 6:30 you'd like it earlier than that. So member
if it was
Levy,
6:30, I'd have to leave at 7 or I'd have to
7.
At
yeah.
7.
So we could start at 6 or 5:30. Anyone who has comments about the date and time, please just unmute. And if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Yes, that's fine with me. Thank you for asking.
For the conversation.
I'm free as early as it takes on that Thursday. And then I'd have to talk with my committee members to see if we can move our RMP to after that meeting.
So I'm just going to ask a question about setting this date. A lot of the information we need actually comes, I think Lisa Saffron was on here. She might still be here, comes from the city health department. I mean, from our school nursings. And because we just don't know. We don't know what the contact tracing is. We don't know what the setting is with being able to do testing in schools. We don't know what the home testing piece will be. And those are huge questions we ran up against yesterday. So are we going to have those answered before this next meeting, or does that happen at this next meeting? Just trying to make it as less unwieldy as it needs to be. And I really don't have an objection to having people send big ideas to Holly to member Gazy beforehand, because we're all really busy. And if it's on our minds and we have it written down, I think it's very helpful to have it go to one resource and then being able to recall it when we talk about it.
I have one focus question that I'd like all of the committee members to think about, which is that one that you have on whether we write the metrics into the policy or whether we write SHAC or the ad hoc committee to determine the metrics and notify us, which is, I think, the other way that it would go is, so it's not easy, right, figuring out those metrics. So I would be just as happy having some experts weigh in on that. So
Okay,
that's
are you asking that we all think about that question and come to the meeting on the 18th with
prepared to talk about that? Because that's a big issue.
Okay.
That I really, it's not so much in the bullet points that I have on the side of the document. So
Okay, so everyone's clear. That's one of the goals for that.
yeah,
meeting.
one of the goals is, do we, who has the power of determining the metrics?
Mm-hmm. Going back to Member Robbins' question, Dr. Pearson Campbell or Lisa or both of you, would you be able to be at that meeting and talk about what resources we have for testing or what is sort of going to be in place, or those are your questions, Member Robbins? Those sort of.
Yes, we'll be able to be at the meeting. I'll be able to be
Yes.
at the meeting.
I will too. I can give you just a brief update right now if you would prefer.
Would that be helpful to everyone to be able to think about that for the next week? Okay, please. Thank you, Lisa.
So at the end of the school year, DESE laid out a plan as far as testing throughout the summer. We were covered through DESE with our physician's orders and our CLIA waivers for testing purposes. We did symptomatic testing if needed. We sent test kits home over the summer, which worked out very well. My understanding is that they're strongly recommending symptomatic testing only for the beginning of the school year. That being said, I'm not sure what's going to be coming out after the new CDC updates and their superintendent letters that will be coming out shortly as well. Planning ahead, when DESE was giving out extra supplies at the end of the school year, I did order between 4,000 and 5,000 test kits, eye health test kits to have on hand just in case, because I did not know what the ask would be. So we do have kits on hand. I've obtained a new physician's order through our new school physician. I've had to obtain a CLIA waiver for our district, so that's in place. And
what is that?
CLIA waiver, in order to have a third party interpret testing results, we have to have a waiver through the state. So we've obtained that. We have our permission to do testing in school, either symptomatic testing and or sending home kits. So that's something to think about. There was one more piece I wanted to say. Oh, we also have to have new consent forms. So I've revised the staff and student consent form for symptomatic and home test kits to be sent home at this point in time. And I've sent them off to translation. So those would be able to be easily revised if we needed to make any changes. Are there any questions? Is that helpful?
That's very helpful, Lisa. Thank you. And thank you for thinking ahead and ordering those tests. So that you said 3,000 or 4,000 that you have?
So, yeah, roughly. I'm actually going to inventory what we have on Tuesday to see if I need to look at the Combi system to order more. I was hopeful it would just at least get us through the first few weeks of school. But pooled testing at this point would have to be a cost through the district. It's not provided by the state anymore.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Okay. So.
And there's no contact tracing either provided money for that, right?
No, there's not, but just know that nursing staff is always looking at disease processes. We're public health nurses, and that is something we continually look at. So we will be looking at it and tracking.
Thank you. Okay, Member Goldman.
Yeah, I'd like to finish amending the motion on the floor to schedule a special meeting to discuss the masking policy on Thursday, August 18th at 6 p.m. So I just need a second for that, I think.
I thought we were going for earlier than 6 for the mayor.
Yeah, but I also I think that's early enough.
Okay.
If
It's a
I have
long
to, I
night.
apologize.
Sorry?
I said, if I have to leave that meeting, I apologize, and I will, member Agner, member Agner, oh, can you unmute? Are you not available?
I have to consult the family. I'm on vacation, and I know it's strange to think of somebody being retired on vacation, but I have family gathering toward the end of next week, and I would rather talk with them first before I commit to yet another meeting. There have been lots of things that I've been doing this week. If I am fine if the meeting goes forward and there's a quorum, and I can weigh in the ways that I can. And I also just do want to make a comment and thank Lisa Saffron for providing what really is so important, the boots on the ground information. And I think maybe we should consider starting there when we have conversations about what's happening and what preparations there are, because I, as she said, she has public health nurses that are doing an incredible job and have done for the last 3 years. So thank you, Lisa, and thank you all of the nurses who've been providing the kind of coverage that you have been for our school system.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so do we want to move forward with this date, and we will figure out what to do if neither member Agner nor I can be there for the entire meeting?
This meeting is going to just be on this, right? We're not going to put any.
That's right.
Yes.
Mayor, do we need a vote for this meeting?
Well, you put a motion on the floor, so we might as well.
Okay.
Member Stein, if you're talking, I
Mike,
can't hear you.
Sorry, can I ask just a process question too, Kaya? So we vote, I get what we're voting for the 18th for 6 p.m. We have that special meeting. Then our colleagues on RMP will try to shift their meeting to be right after that. Then do we have another special meeting on the 25th to vote? Or are we, I'm trying to understand, like, what do we do on the 18th? Then RMP, what is RMP going to do after that? And then do we need to take further action, I guess?
And should we still be trying to schedule the ad hoc COVID advisory committee for, if not next week, the week after that?
Can I respond to that, or maybe member Seraphy Cox is going to respond to that?
Member Seraphy Cox?
I had a separate question.
So my understanding is that this is a second reading. And so after we discuss this policy, we can vote on it. We don't have to send it back to the Rules and Policy Committee again. So if we're going to create a separate meeting to really go into the details of this document, we can get the document to a place where we're all happy with it. We can vote on it then and there because it's a second reading. And folks in the public who are interested in weighing in, now they can have this version of this document, see it, and send us comments that we can take into consideration before next Thursday's meeting. So Rules and Policy doesn't actually need to meet again about this, is my understanding.
So are we better off going with the 25th then and trying to have that other ad hoc meeting?
I don't think so. I think I think the committee needs to finalize a policy as soon as possible and then make adjustments as needed from there after with the ad hoc committee and the next school committee meeting if the policy is on the agenda.
Okay, so member Stein, is your hand still up or up anew?
Yeah, it's up and new, but I should probably let member Seraphy Cox go before me because I've talked a lot more.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Sure. I just had a very simple question, which is that if both the chair and mayor, if you have to leave at one point and the vice chair is not present, if we could just, if you could just think ahead about asking someone to chair the meeting once you have to leave. You don't have to discuss it now, but just wanted to highlight that for you.
Yes, thank you. I certainly will.
One of the older ones. I mean, not older, one of the one of the more experienced members.
The returning members?
Yes, thank you. Not older. They're all younger.
I will take that under consideration. Thank you. Okay, Member Stein.
It's just a quick comment. I hope I'll be quick about the question that Member Gazy asked us to think about ahead of next week, which I think is a great question that we really should think about, which is whether or not we should have metrics. And I think that from my own perspective, without the metric, I'm not quite sure what the policy is doing. We're trying to set the policy, and we keep voting and reaffirming that we are the body that sets policy. And that seems to be an integral part of the policy, or at least define it in some way what we're going to focus on. The previous version, right, was from November, which I think said that we're going to follow Mass or DESI guidelines or Mass Department of Health guidelines. And if not, it was like set up in such a way. So I think like having a similar thing going forward, whatever that may be, whether it's what's in there now or something different, would be important. And I just really want to echo what Superintendent Gable Pearson said, which is that the SHAC is the day-to-day operations, right? And we are policy. And that's precisely why we set up this ad hoc COVID policy, because SHAC was not going to be doing those things. And we ran into too many issues where that was still happening. And I think that's why there's a lot of sensitivity around what the role of that subcommittee, that ad hoc committee is, and clearly expressing it. So what I'm hearing tonight is that SHAC is focused on day-to-day operations, and we'll be bringing some recommendations, or at least the superintendent and perhaps Lisa Saffron regarding additional testing measures and what we want to do. Obviously, they've turned off the financial support from the state. So these are budgetary questions for us as well. And what do we want to support? We have a few 5,000. It's going to get us through a couple weeks. So these are big questions we got to think about. And I wish we had started sooner. And I'm sorry we're here now, but I'm glad that everyone's pulling together to focus on it. And I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. See no other comments. Susan, I think we are ready for a roll call, please. So this is to have a special meeting next Thursday, the 18th at 6 p.m.
Okay, Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
The night.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Member Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
She's saying
yeah, and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah.
okay, thank you, everybody. Next up, so am I right? So budget and property, there's no report, but we will be discussing what you discussed at your meeting under new business, correct? Member Goldman's camera's off, but
I think that's correct.
thank you. Sorry. Did you miss what I said, or did you hear me? So budget and property, we are going to discuss what you discussed at your meeting, but under new business. Yes. Okay.
Yes, that's
Sorry, Tammy. I didn't mean to get you excited. We're not there yet. Okay. So that moves us to the business administrator financial report. And Susan, thank you. Wearing so many hats tonight.
Okay, do you want to put the PowerPoint up, Mayor?
I do. Let me find it. Oh my goodness, so many windows. Okay. Oh, I found it. Great.
Okay, so I thought I'd do this report as a PowerPoint. It's kind of a supplement to the report that you got in your meeting preparation materials. So, this will be a summary of 22, 23, and 24. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just cover school budget basics. I'm going to cover fiscal year 2022 preliminary end of the year information, fiscal year 2023 revised budget following ratification of the collective bargaining agreement, and fiscal year 2024, just a quick look at some trends and a preview to that budget. Next slide. So the total picture, the end of the year report that's filed in October following the end of a fiscal year and the fiscal year and the school year. This report is a great way to see all of the components of the school budget, the revenues and expenditures by funding source and program area. DESE requires that all districts do this report using the same chart of accounts so that districts can be compared. One particular report in the end of the year report, which is a multi-page document, is a 3-page report that neatly summarizes all of the funding sources for the school department. So for the purposes of just illustrating this, I'm going to use FY21 because that end of the year report is done. So the next 3 slides are just an excerpt from that. So I'm just going to show you this report. And we're going to stop on the 3rd slide. So these are all the different categories. And what this shows is that of the various columns, and I'm going to go through the columns, what this shows that in 2021, the total cost of running the Northampton Public Schools was $51,422,910. So you can see that the appropriation that the school committee spends a lot of time monitoring and looking at is only one component of many funding sources for the school department. And so while this is a large report, this small excerpt, this 3-page excerpt, is my favorite part of the end of the year report because it really just gives you an overall picture. So next slide.
Can I stop you real quick? So member Sarah Cox has her hand up. I don't know if you want to, is it okay for members to ask questions?
I just, because I'm on the phone, I can't see the slides. I'm wondering if they can be either added to the packet or emailed to me.
You bet.
Okay. Okay, so each column of this report represents a different type of funding. So the first column of the report shows how much the school committee appropriation was. This is the funding that Northampton Public School receives in the mayor's budget. And FY 2021, this was $32,162,011. The second column of this report shows how much money the city spends on the school department that's actually borne in the city side of the operating budget. So this in 2021 was $11,630,248. And this includes the health insurance for all the active school employees, retired school staff, retirement for non-teaching staff because the teachers are in mass teacher retirement, but all other staff in the school, the non-certified staff such as clericals, custodians, paraeducators, and other food service staff are in the city retirement system. It also includes long-term debt on any school construction or equipment. It includes all the outgoing school choice tuition and all the outgoing charter tuition. This column is actually, there is a separate schedule that provides the detail backup for this, but this is called Schedule 19. And in FY 2021, the city, in addition to its $32 million appropriation to the schools, provided another $11.6 million. The third column of the report talks about shows the amount of federal grants that were used in that fiscal year. In 2021, there was $3,059,540. The largest of these grants is the SPED Entitlement Grant, the SPED Improvement Grant, Title I, Title II, Title IV, and ESSER funds. Next slide. The fourth column details all of the state grants, and these are largely early childhood grants such as the CFCE, which is called the Coordinated Family and Community Engagement, Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative, which is CPPI, Comprehensive School Health, Innovative Pathways. In FY21, this was $1,117,991. The fifth column is circuit breaker. These are the funds that are provided by the state based on the threshold for services for high needs special ed students. So whenever the cost of a special ed student exceeds this set threshold, we can seek reimbursement for costs above that threshold, and we get about 75% reimbursement. So in FY21, this was about $696,870. The sixth column is private grants and gifts. I know you have NEF come before you. They provide many gifts to the school department. The PTOs do as well. There are also donations. In FY 2021, $113,629 was spent from private grants and gifts. Column 7 is where the expenditures that came out of school choice are recorded. These are the funds that are received from non-residents who attend Northampton Public Schools via the school choice program. And in 2021, this was $1,712,799. Next slide. The eighth column is the athletic fund. These are the funds that are received from athletic fees and events. In 2021, this was $58,502. And again, these are the expenditures, not the revenues. In column 9, school nutrition. These are the funds that are received from federal and state entities for eligible reimbursement on free and reduced lunch programs, as well as private pay for school lunches. And in FY21, this was $725,387. And then the last column of the report is other local receipts. These are funding sources that include Transportation Revolving Fund, the Building Rental Revolving Fund, After School Program Revolving Funds, book fines, etc. And in 2021, this was $145,935. So for each of these columns, there is detail on the previous pages, and I will include a copy of that. I will send that smaller report out to you just so you'll have a chance to look at it in more detail. But the takeaway from this exercise is that while we focus a lot on school choice and the appropriation and sometimes grants, the total expenditures for the public schools well exceed the appropriation. And when you add it all together, include all of the expenses for the school department that are actually borne in the city budget, the school budget is a lot larger than typically the school committee spends time talking about. Next slide. So the funding sources that you have in the school budget have varying levels of requirements and or restrictions. So the unrestricted funds are the ones that the school committee has a wide discretion to appropriate the funds for the purposes that the school committee and the superintendent want to appropriate them for. That's the appropriation from the city and school choice. There's no restrictions on those funds. They can be used for any educational purposes. There are funds that have very specific purposes. All of the revolving funds have to be used for expenses that are related to the activity that generates the revenue and the fees, such as the school nutrition funds can only be used on food service. Athletic revolving can only be used for athletic-related expenses. And circuit breaker can only be used to offset SPED costs. Then there are the most restrictive funds that the school department gets. Those are grants. Those are typically can only be used for the purposes for which the grant is approved by the funding authority, and that would be federal and state grants. And sometimes private grants and gifts come with restrictions. So of the various funding sources, you can see that the school committee has a lot of discretion over the spending for some funds, but then there is more restrictions on how other funds can be used. Okay, next slide. And then I just want to spend a few minutes on the city expenditures that are not in the school budget, because I feel like this sometimes isn't recognized for the large amount of money that it is. There are a lot of expenditures related to the schools that are paid out of the city operating budget. In FY21, these totaled 11.6 million. This includes all the Medicare contributions for the payroll for city employees, which is 1.45% of payroll. It includes all the health insurance for school employees that choose health insurance, as well as active and retirees. Retirement funding for the non-certified staff, everyone who is not an MTRS, the city pays that share of their retirement that needs to be contributed. General liability, property, vehicle insurance for all school buildings and vehicles. Shared city services such as human resources, central services, information technology. Most of those services are paid by the city, even though the school department uses those services. Capital projects for the schools are funded by the city. Those are considered extraordinary maintenance when they're above $150,000. Debt service on any bonded capital projects for school roofs or buildings. And the city also absorbs the cost of school choice tuition for residents who choose to school choice to another district. And they also pay the bill for charter school students for residents who choose to attend a charter school. So I just want to point out that the city does hold the school department harmless for the increases in the inflationary pressures that these types of expenditures put on the city budget. Next slide. So FY22, let's look at a preliminary report. And I say preliminary because grants and other revolving funds are in the process of being closed out. So this is a preliminary comparison of the original budget to the actual expenditures. As you can see from the first line, the local appropriation was $33,493,000 and it was fully expended. Northampton is unique in that they do not require the school department to return funds. So at the end of the year, when the school local appropriation is completed, if there are any funds left over, and this year there were, and the appropriation, I had about 150 something thousand left over. So what we did is we moved expenditures that were in school choice, moved them into the appropriation so that we would fully expend the city appropriation and allow that surplus to land over in school choice. As you can see, school choice also had a surplus in addition to that 150. It had about 350,000. So together there was you spent 605,000 less in school choice than was originally budgeted. Circuit breaker also, you had planned to spend 696,000, you spent 452. So there was another variance where you spent less than you anticipated. Food service, though, you spent more. I suspect that was due to pandemic funding and the all students getting free lunch, which was reimbursed by the federal and state governments. The athletic revolving fund spent less than was necessary, less than what was budgeted. And the bus revolving fund also spent less. So in total, at the moment, you spent about 810,656 less than the actual budget. Next slide. Now, as I said, the general fund detail, I sent you the detailed budget for the general fund in your packet. This report is the same report, except a much more condensed version. It's done by DOE code so that it's just a one page that you can, again, I know you can't see exactly the print, but it does break down all of the expenditures rather than by building, it breaks it down across the entire budget. So the appropriation budget in 2022 was $33,461,896. The city made 2 additional appropriations to the school department over the school year. $16,000 for McKinney-Vento transportation and another $15,000 for a Medicare reimbursement. These were reimbursements that came to the city, but the city basically funnels them back to the school department. So the total appropriation from the city budget was $33,493,000. And as I said, once the bill warrants and payroll warrants were complete for 2022, there was a surplus of about $158,000. And what we did is we moved expenses that were paid out of school choice. We moved them into the appropriation so that we would fully expend the appropriation. Next slide. School choice. I took what you had originally budgeted, which was $2,887,009. And the expenditures were actually $2,281,930. So I've put those side by side so that you can see those. Those were also included in your packet. Next slide.
Dina, sorry, Member Levy's raised her hand. Is this
Thank you.
now? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a really quick question. When we're talking about school choice, are we talking about what we're spending on the per pupil expenditure for students who choice into Northampton, or are we talking about what we spend on students who choice out of Northampton, or both?
We're talking about both. Right here, what we're talking about right now is the school choice that you get for non-residents who choose to come to Northampton, and then you spend that money. So the school choice for kids that come into Northampton is allocated by the school committee and goes directly to the school department. The school choice for Northampton residents who leave Northampton and go to some other school is borne on the city side of the budget, the cost of that. So, but right now we're talking about how you spent the school choice money that you got for students that came to Northampton.
Thank you.
Next slide, right?
Okay, so for FY22, can you hear a dog barking? Sorry. For FY22, approximately 2.1% of the original budget was unspent. Note, best practice is to have a surplus of between 1% and 5%. The school department overspent. These are just a couple of observations that I have. The school department overspent in long-term substitutes and regular substitutes. However, this was due to vacancies, which generated a corresponding surplus in salary line items. So that was a bit of a wash. Out of district sped tuition was budgeted for 1.9. You spent 1.6. So there was a savings of about $233,000. Utilities were overspent. These were budgeted for 951. You spent a little over $1 million. So you were overspent about 10% for utilities. Sped transportation and transportation for homeless students and foster students was overexpended. I do know from talking with Tammy earlier today, that's something that you've had discussions about at the school committee meeting. The pressure to provide transportation for homeless students and foster students was quite great. And so that budget was definitely exceeded. I did notice that the legal that was originally budgeted for $73,000, but final legal costs were $195,000. I did notice that they've steadily risen. In 2020, they were $133. In 2021, they were $120, and in 2022, they were $195. And these are significantly higher than in prior years. In 19, they were $84,000. In 18, they were $58,000. And 17, they were $61,000. I suspect that COVID and collective bargaining had an impact on this. But in the prior years, there was also collective bargaining. So it is just something that I noticed that seemed higher than I was used to seeing. Other budget areas such as custodial expenses, professional development, and food services were underspent because there needed to be some underspending to compensate for overages in other areas. So the complete picture for FY22 will be available once the end of the year report is filed. The grants are being closed right now, so the picture's a bit incomplete. But when the end of the year report is filed, it would be good for the business manager to provide the school committee with a copy and walk you through all the various reports, because it is really the best picture of how you spend your money. Also, on the DESE website, they do have a comparison tool where you can look at the data from other schools and other districts, and you can find other districts that are similar size, similar enrollment, and you can do some comparisons about how they spend their money and how we spend our money in various programmatic areas. So the end of the year report has a lot of functions. It is also used to determine our net school spending requirements and other aspects of school finance. The next slide. So FY23, moving on to FY23. After you ratified the contract for the unions, the funds that you had set aside for collective bargaining needed to be allocated to all the various line items in the budget. That has been done. We have journaled all of the 2 million plus that you had set aside for collective bargaining into the various line items. However, there was a shortfall of about 87,000. I was told by Nick when he left to expect a shortfall in the $60,000-ish range. So this is definitely in the ballpark. So I am recommending that you vote an additional 87, and not tonight because it's not on the agenda for a vote, but you would need to put at your September meeting. Vote to spend an additional $87,370 from school choice, just so that you ensure that you have enough budgeted to meet all the collective bargaining obligations. Okay, next slide.
Susan, Member Stein has his hand raised.
Thanks, and thanks so much for the presentation. I have one question about the last slide you're on, sort of giving the overview of the fiscal year 2022 budget. And so the approximate 2.1%, is that I know we talked about a lot of different things that impact the overall budget, right? Is that 2.1% of the 51 million, or is that 2.1% of the city's allocation, which is what, about 12 million or 10 million lower? Like what is that work out to be?
Right now, if you go back, Mayor, if you could go back to the slide where I had, go back there, right there. It's I took 810 as a percentage of the original budget. So it's basically the appropriation, school choice, circuit breaker, food service, athletic, bus revolving. Typically, you do 100% of all your grants. So you're going to spend all your grant money. So if you're going to have a surplus, you're going to have a surplus in these line items. So that's kind of where I took it. Again, on the city side, the Department of Revenue always recommends trying to generate a surplus in the 1 to 5% range, so that you budget accurately, you budget for your worst case scenario, and if things turn out better, you have a bit of a surplus, because you're going to need those surpluses in later years.
So the second question is, so does this 810 and change then go into the fiscal stability fund at the city?
No. These funds stay within the school department. So the 605,000 that you didn't spend in school choice remains in school choice. The 244 that you didn't spend in circuit breaker remains in circuit breaker. The 88 that you didn't spend in the athletic fund remains in the athletic fund. So we can't really take surpluses from other places and move them to other things. And as I said, in Northampton, the only account that a surplus would go back to the city in some instances would be if you didn't fully expend your local appropriation. But Northampton has historically, from whenever I started in 2004 in the school department, Northampton always has had the tradition that they tell the school departments, fully expend your appropriation. We don't want the money back from you. So that if you do have a surplus, it ends up in your school choice, so that you have a bit of a reserve fund for emergencies.
Great, thank you so much.
That doesn't happen in all districts, Susan?
No, it doesn't really. I mean, other districts, in other districts, a school department might be held to actual line item budget, And so if they had a surplus because there were vacancies or something, that the town might expect that surplus back. All right, so let's go on to keep going.
Oh, sorry.
All
Member
right.
Levy.
I'm really sorry. I know we're trying to get through this. So I'm just confused. Where does that money sit there, and that's extra money we can spend this year now?
I'm going to show you where you are in school choice. So that's coming up a little bit later.
Okay, I will sit tight.
And I would caution against spending any extra money, but you'll see why towards the end.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I just meant like if the money is sitting in those accounts, it doesn't go away. It's
Right.
pushed into the next year.
Right,
I
absolutely.
mean, those revolving funds too, right?
Yes, yeah. Okay, next slide, Mayor. So let's look at 2024, school choice. So this chart shows school choice back to FY16. So the top line is the start of the year balance. So if we go over to the column that says FY22, you started FY22 with a balance in the school choice account of $3,621,474. You brought in for the school choice students that came to the district in 2022, you brought in $1,319,206. You spent $2,281,000. So you reduced your balance in the account by $962,724. And the end of the year on June 30th, after all said and done, school choice has $2,658,750 going into FY23. So if you go up to the column that says FY23, you can see, so you start the year with the balance, which is $2,658,750. You're going to bring in an estimated $1,229,479. And you've voted to spend, if you vote to spend that additional $87,000, you would be spending $3,097,000 from school choice. So you're going to end the year potentially with $790,750. Now, if you have any surplus in 2023, that number is certainly going to improve. But the most telling thing on this chart to point out is that if you look at the projected end of the year balance, you can see that in 2016, you had 3.3, and in 17, you had 3.6, and in 18, you had 4 million, and in 19, you had 3.7, and in 20, you had 4, and 21, you have 3.6, 22, 2.6, and 23, 790. And if you look across at the projected expenses, looking at that line, you can see starting in 2016, the projected expenses, let's look at 2017, the projected expenses were 1.3 million. And the year before, you brought in 1.8. And if you look at what you brought in the year before and what you spent, there was definitely a correlation for several years, up until just about 2021. So when I was in the school department in 2004 to 2011, our policy was that we did not use more school choice than we brought in the prior year. And we always reserved the school choice that was coming in during the school year for use in the next school year. So the school choice that would be coming in this year would not be used until next year. And in 2021, you started to get away from that policy. So you can see if we look at FY23, you're planning to use $3,097,000. You're using all of the school choice that came in 2022, which was the $1,319,000. You're using all of the school choice that you're getting in this fiscal year, which best practice would be to reserve that for next year. But even those two together, are not how much you're using. You're using more. You're using the surplus that has developed. And so structurally, school choice is very concerning at this point. Because if you look into 2024, if you do start the year with a balance somewhere around $790,000, and you bring in, for estimating purposes, the same amount of school choice, 1.2, and you use the same amount, and you're going to need to increase that because there's a lot of salaries in school choice, and those salaries are increasing by almost 7%. You will have a shortfall of almost 1.3 million. So structurally, I'm very concerned about the school choice, and I make a recommendation towards the end of this about what I think you might want to consider. All right, next slide.
Wait, Member Robbins has her hand raised before we go on.
And Susan, you'll probably address this when you get to the end of that. This is the cliff that Nick projected about us. And I hope that in your presentation about your recommendation, I know that I've heard from other districts that they did see this cliff happening possibly earlier than we did and made some pretty tough choices, but some firm choices about continuing to work with school choice. So I'm really intrigued by what your recommendations are going to be. Thank you so much for this.
Okay. I don't have solutions, just
Yeah, I know.
Okay, next slide. So this is just a graphic just showing you the balance, the fund balance on June 30th of each of these fiscal years. So you can see that the trend is concerning. The next slide. So these are the school choice trends, and this is a slide that combines what Member Levy was talking or asking about. Is there's school choice that come in. They're Northampton. They're kids who don't live in Northampton who choose to come to Northampton. Those are the kids that are coming in. That revenue goes to the school department. Then there's school choice outgoing, and those are Northampton residents who choose to attend school somewhere else. And that is charged to the city budget. So the school department benefits from school choice by getting revenue from the students coming in. The city pays the bill for the school choice students that leave. So if you look at this chart, and I'm sure it's very small on your computer, but you can see in 2022, we brought in 190 school choice students. And we had 80 students who our Northampton residents choose to go somewhere else. When you net out the revenue, even though the school department gets all the money from the incoming school choice students and the city budget bears the burden of all the students who leave, when you net out the two, you can see that that last column shows that there's a trend. And you can see at one point we were doing really well because we were definitely bringing in a lot more than was going out. And what's concerning here is that the trend is that the difference between the money coming in and the money going out is definitely on a downward slope.
Member Robbins?
I'm sorry, but I have one more question on this one. Susan, could you speak at all to the issue? My understanding is that when we do school choice and welcome students into the district who have special needs, we often sort of do a handshake kind of deal about who's going to pay for what between the two districts. And I've never really understood if there's an actual policy around that or if it's just case by case, but I've always been intrigued by what the costs are to our district. If there's a negative cost to those additional special ed costs, or if we still end up being in a positive balance around it when we welcome school choice students into the district.
I'm going to address that in another slide. So when we get there, if I don't answer that, let me know. Okay, so next slide, Mayor. So this is just another graphic just showing the school choice trends. The blue is the incoming students. The red is the outgoing. You can see that they, at least their trajectory is fairly similar. It's just, we're in a kind of a downward cycle right now. Okay, the next slide, I think will answer a little bit of your question. So school choice, for every student that goes out in school choice or comes in school choice, we get $5,000. That amount has not changed since 1992, since school choice was initiated. For students that attend a half-day kindergarten, we don't even have a half-day kindergarten, but it's $2,500 per student. So for students that are eligible for special ed, an additional increment is added to the base, that $5,000 base, and it's to cover the cost of these services, and it's fully paid for by the sending town. So a student coming from another town who has special ed needs, there is a formula. It's determined using a cost calculator similar to the one for circuit breaker. Do we get 100% of those costs? I don't believe so, because it doesn't really fully reimburse the time for our SPED department and administrators and all the others who are doing IEPs and meetings and all of the administrative work associated with a special ed student. Is it paying for, if they need speech therapy or occupational therapy? Yes, it's paying for those services, but it isn't really fully paying for all of the cost to the district of a special ed student. School choice students are also not eligible to receive transportation services unless the student's disability requires transportation and their IEP includes that as a related service. And again, that would be reimbursed. But again, what is not covering is the cost for Tammy to administer that program of transportation for that student. It's paying for the actual transportation, but there are other costs that are not reimbursed. Okay, next slide. The other big piece of that impacts the city budget is charter schools, and this actually has an even bigger impact on the city budget. Again, the school department budget is held harmless from the charter school bill, and the city bears this expense. So what you have in front of you is what the charter school bill for FY23 looks like. We have 167 Northampton residents that have chosen charter schools. They've chosen to go to 6 different charter schools across the area. So you have a list there, how many students. But the column that I want to draw your attention to is the column that says total rate. And that is the rate that we pay when a Northampton student chooses to go to a charter school. It's very different from school choice. It's not the $5,000 flat rate that hasn't changed since 1992. This rate changes every single year. And it's a component of 3 different formulas that they use to do that calculation. Next slide. So there are 3 components to figure out the charter school tuition rate. So a student going to the Chinese immersion school in Hadley from Northampton we're going to pay $17,226. But a student going to that same school from another community might have a very different tuition rate. And that's because the tuition rate is based on the foundation rate that they set, that the state sets for that charter school. This is generated by dividing the foundation budget by the foundation enrollment for each district that sends a student to the charter schools. Then, because Northampton, in that chart below with the bars, shows how much Northampton is above required net school spending, and you can see in 2021, we were 8.3 million over net school spending. So the charter school student that leaves Northampton to go to Chinese immersion or performing arts is also taking a piece of all the additional spending that Northampton provides to its schools. So every time Northampton passes an override and provides additional funding to the schools, the students that are charter school students get to take a piece of that with them to the charter school. So because Northampton has always supported its schools and has been making huge progress above net school spending, the charter school students are taking with them, in this example of the Chinese immersion, they're taking with them another $4,695 per student, because that's what's allocated or related to that additional above net school spending. The third component is a facilities tuition rate. This is straight across per student across the whole state. And this provides facilities money to the charter schools. So when you look at the charter school tuitions, it's not the simple $5,000 school choice number. It's a very complicated number. It's a number that actually takes more money away from Northampton Public Schools. So whenever the mayor goes out and and asks the voters to pass an override, a piece of that override's going with those charter school students as well. Mayor, if you could go back to the previous slide. So you can see that in 2023, the amount of money going out for charter school students is $2,855,588. Now, there is a reimbursement from the state. It is only for the first couple of years that a student attends a charter school, because the way their formula works is they figure that by then you have time to adjust your staffing, et cetera, to take advantage of the fact that you don't have to educate these students, which is doesn't really make sense. But once we get the reimbursement of $642,000, the net cost to Northampton is $2.2 million. And that's going out in addition to the outgoing school choice students.
And Susan, am I right that, so it's only reimbursed for the first 3 years, but it's not at 100% for 3 years? It's
No, not at all. No. So, Mayor, next slide, and then the next slide. So this is the trend when you take what is being charged to Northampton for Northampton residents attending charter schools, and you subtract the reimbursement that we receive from the state. This is the net amount. And you can see this goes all the way back to the very beginning of charter schools, or at least when Northampton students began going to charter schools. So you can see that this has had a huge impact on the city budget. And this impacts the city's ability to provide for Northampton Public Schools. And I know sometimes it doesn't get the attention that it deserves because it is a huge piece of the city budget, but the schools are held harmless from this in that the city doesn't go back and say, oh, charter school tuition rose $500,000 this year, we're going to take $500 off of the appropriation. The city for years and years has absorbed that increase in charter without any penalty to the school department. So the next slide, showing that Northampton school enrollment versus FTE. And this is one other area that I think is going to be a challenge going forward. If you look at this chart, the red line is enrollment. And you can see that enrollment has gone up and down. We obviously, 2021 was COVID, and the recovery from COVID is a little bit weird. But you can see the blue line is staffing. So if you look at FY20, in FY20, we had 2,698 students. And in FY23, we have 2,676. So not really very much difference in terms of enrollment. But the FTEs in 2020 for 511, and in 2023, they're 571. That's a growth of 60 FTEs over 3 or 4 years. And enrollment has basically stayed the same or decreased. So that's a trend that I think the school department needs to look at. If you go back to 2014, which was the high point, enrollment was 2,746, and the FTEs at that time was 470. So we actually have less students today in FY23, but we have 100 more staff. Now, I think we all know that COVID has created a situation where there's, there are higher needs. Students are trying to catch up in certain areas. So there is some of that going on, but that trend of having FTE growth that doesn't really track with enrollment has precedes COVID and is certainly following after COVID. So it's something that the district should be looking at.
Susan, I don't know if you can answer this, but when you were talking about how the charter formula is supposed to, for the 3 years is sort of based on the idea that you're going to adjust your staffing to accommodate the students that have left. Does
Mhm.
any district, I mean, we don't do that. And how can any district do that? I mean, maybe it depends on your charter school population, I guess, right? Like ours is so diffused, but through all the schools, it's just
Right.
impossible to do.
I mean, when you look at it, you've got for charter school students, what did we say you had? You had 167. So you get 167 across 13 grades, preschool through 12. So what does that work out to? Like maybe, I don't know, what's 167 divided by 12? Like maybe 10 or 12 students or something per grade. I don't know. But then you've got 4 elementary schools. So it's not ever going to be that you're going to lose an entire classroom because a bunch of kids went to charter school. It's the fallacy of the charter school argument that you will have a corresponding drop in your expenses because these students go elsewhere. It's not true. You might be able to have slightly less staff, but when you've got 4 elementary schools and you lose a couple of students in each grade across 4 elementary schools, you're not going to have a savings.
Right.
So this
Another
is
way the formula is completely
right. It's just the fallacy of charter schools. And it's kind of silly that, you get the charter school student gets to take anywhere from 16,000 to almost 20 something thousand with them, but the incoming or outgoing school choice student only is 5,000. Yet you're supposed to supposedly have savings from, both of these things, but the formulas are completely different. So
thank you.
All right, next and almost last slide. So I did a preliminary estimate after I finished calculating the collective bargaining agreement for 23. I advanced all of the staff that are here today with the salaries for 2024. And obviously there will be many changes in staffing. So this is clearly just a snapshot in time. But when you advance all the salaries into FY24, the average salary increase across the board is about 7%. So the additional new money that you'd be looking at in 2024 is in the $2.2 million range. If you add that to the shortfall that you're going to have in school choice, which we identified on a previous slide of 1.2 million, and then circuit breaker, there's an anticipated reduction in the amount that we would be getting because, again, that's a formula that's based on high need students and things. When students come into district, their costs go down, then we lose some circuit breaker reimbursement. You're looking at needing about 3.6 in FY25, and that does not include increases for utilities, increases for supplies, paper, all of the other operational increases that you would have. So at the moment, you're looking in 2024 at a 10.5% increase at a minimum. So next and last slide. The budget issues that I see going forward is that the ESSER grants. You have the ESSER grants, you have 2 and 3. Those are available to support the FY23 and FY24 budget. But there are some recurring expenses that are being covered by those grants that are going to need to also come back into the operating budget in future years. I think school choice, it's going to be advisable for the district to work towards going back to the day when you only use the amount of school choice that was the revenue from the prior year. So in an ideal situation, what you would be using in 23 is the revenue that came in 22, and only the revenue that came in 22, instead of the revenue from 22, the revenue from 23, plus all of your surplus. You should be working towards letting the school choice surplus that builds up be your reserve for one-time purchases, for new curriculum, for unanticipated sped costs. There should be some sort of reserve, and that's where you should try to get back to in school choice. And then lastly, I just recommend that you start the FY24 budget process earlier than usual. Typically, we don't usually start it until right after the first of the year. I would recommend starting it sooner, given that I think that there are some real structural issues that you're going to need to address in 2024. And I just want to note, the pressure on the city budget in 2024, will continue. School choice, charter school, marijuana revenue continues to go down, given that Northampton's market share is being diffused with all of the new outlets in other communities. Parking revenue in the city isn't really back to pre-pandemic levels, and that's a huge, huge amount of money for the city right now. The city has the growth within the public health mission just due to the pandemic and other things that are going on. And then, of course, the city is also in collective bargaining with their unions. So I do see that there will be pressure in the city budget in 2024, but I do see some very concerning trends in 2024 for the school department. And I would say mostly the school choice issue of using too much surplus, using the money coming in this year instead of just reserving that for next year, I think is something that is going to have to be worked on. And then lastly, that issue with the FTEs, it's a large amount of FTEs that have grown over the years, and that I think probably needs to be looked at. And with that, I'm going to end and take any questions.
Okay, it looks like Member Robbins. It's a question. Do you want me to stop sharing here? That way everyone can see each other.
So I'm going to just put it out there as the elephant in the room looking at this. And I think it's something, thank you, Susan. You've done a really great job. We all trying to be as aware of this as we can. We're looking at the state to make what we hope will be some extraordinary changes in funding. But the elephant in the room for me and looking at this is what charter costs have eventually possibly done to our district, and the possible inevitability and the possible timing, given the support we can get from the state and the federal government, to think about consolidating elementary schools. And I've lived in this city for a very long time, and I've been here while other elementary schools were closed. We used to have a lot of neighborhood schools, but I know Amherst has gone through a miserable experience with trying to figure out what they're going to do around that, but beginning the discussion possibly about thinking about creating a consolidated elementary school that is green, that is future based, that really helps us consolidate resources in one setting, is something I'm going to very unpopularly say, but I know it's been on a number of our minds for a good while. And if we're looking forward, I know we need to be thinking about 2024 really carefully and closely now, but we're also looking down the road. I'm going to recommend that that's something that we do start to actively talk about.
Thank you. Member Goldman.
I raised my hand to thank you so dearly, Susan, for putting together this report. It is comprehensive and transparent in a way that past reports haven't seemed to me. And maybe that's because it's my second term and I understand it better, but this was just really narrative and informative. And I really appreciate how clearly your wisdom came through, and sort of it just was really exceptional. So thank you again for coming to the committee with this sort of 101. I think also the community would really appreciates it, and it really exemplifies the tone that I think will serve this committee well going forward. So just want to thank you again for that. And okay, I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Member Stein.
Yeah, I want to echo what Member Goldman says and really thank you. It was really helpful. As a new member of the school committee and a member of the budget and property subcommittee, been really trying to get my hands around the drivers, right? And I think the narrative that you laid out with these numbers really lets you understand those drivers. And I'm hoping I might be able to ask you some follow-up questions offline. In our most recent budget and property meeting, we talked about this. Member Goldman really sort of laid out, I think, a good priority to look at some of these structural things and start planning a lot sooner. So I think we're definitely hearing what you're saying about what, on fiscal year 24 earlier than previous cycles. So I think we're on board with that. And one of the things I did want to ask you about, which wasn't in here because it wouldn't be in here, but it was something that came up in our previous discussions when we did the budget last time, was the state aid formula, right? And if you look at what we get every year and how it's like, I don't understand anything about that calculation. And like, if you could give us, and I don't want to make you go on and on or put you on the spot, but maybe we could talk about it offline too. But like, if there's a way that we could understand like what the drivers are in that formula for a community like ours, which result in essentially the money being flat, for like 20 years or so. Because that's another huge driver, right? Obviously, of the other things that we have to fund. So yeah, that would be great.
I would say that most of us don't totally understand the formula either. But that being said, Northampton, because Northampton has historically always supported its schools, we're above net school spending. There are many communities that receive much more, and they are below net. They are at net school spending. They don't support their schools above it. So it's almost like you're somewhat penalized because you are supporting your schools. The other piece of it is the poverty factor. The economics of the community are not similar to some of the other, larger economically distressed communities, Fall River, Holyoke, Lawrence, Lowell. They get huge, great percentage of their budget, their school budget is paid by the state through Chapter 70. So there isn't, unless the formula were to change, there isn't much Northampton can do to make that formula work better for us. We've been getting minimum aid for forever. And unless they change the formula, and every time they talk about changing the formula, there's winners and losers, and then it becomes a political question about who's going to lose and who's not. So it's the formula that we've got. We've had ed reform since 1992, and they've only changed the formula once, and I don't think Northampton has benefited either time. So
thank you.
My great frustrations. Member Davis.
Hi, and thank you very, very much for all of this work. I also feel like I grasped what you were sharing with us. And I had a question that I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about what an analysis of that enrollment versus FTE imbalance that you were saying. It's just something you said, something like it's something that we should look at, and I was just wondering what that analysis might consist of, if principals would be involved with that, and how to break that apart, because it was really intriguing, and times do change, and yet it was something interesting to point out.
Right. I think, when I came to the school department in 2004, we had approximately 70 paraeducators. There's over 120 paraeducators now. So that is one area that has grown significantly. And, I understand why. I mean, there are students that have severe needs. And so I'm not saying that it has grown without good reason. It has grown because of the needs of students. But it's something that's going to have to be looked at. The budget is over 80% salaries. And therefore, if you're going to need to trim back, it's going to be people. And so it's going to be a question of staffing. And I think the idea of exploring consolidated, elementary school is probably the best that you can do to look at this long term, because the economies of being in one building are there. I know back it's at some point I remember we floated very, very preliminarily the idea of closing one of the 4 elementary schools. Nightmarish time, I remember. But it was something that needed to be done and needed to look at each of the buildings and which ones had reuse potential. But then the economies of having one principal and having, being able to arrange, 3rd grade classrooms better because you had more students and you could arrange the classrooms better, just the savings there. We had done a whole analysis, but if you had, as Amherst is looking at, one elementary school for the whole city, there would certainly be economies that would help in the long term. And I honestly think it would provide a more equitable education across the city. So I think you do have to look at staffing though. And I know one year I remember we tried an experiment, and Gwen will probably remember, we said, let's trade 3 paraeducators for a teacher. And we'll try that. So we have more teachers rather than paraeducators. And we tried it. And then by the end of the year, we had even more paraeducators than we started with the previous year. So I don't have an answer to it, but it is something to think about because, there's a difference between the education and the certifications required. And so where do you want to put your money? Do you want to put it into teachers? But then who is going to work with these high needs students? I don't have an answer, but it is something to look at.
Member Agna.
Thank you, Susan. It just reminded me of how wonderful it was to work with you as the business administrator for the schools while I was the principal. And I do recall those painful times when we were starting to look at the number of educators versus the number of students. And I think you're absolutely right that this needs to be done through the school department, through the principals and the administrators and everybody really knuckling down again to try to figure out this conundrum, which is constant. And I'm sure it's based a lot on the students' needs and the difficulty in staffing. And I think I recall the time when we were talking about closing a school, and that caused a lot of difficulty in our community. But there are now districts that are looking at consolidating it across the board, not just one school. And I think that is probably where we need to go. I also think that there are issues of equity for sure around the schools. And I think there's a perceived inequity across this elementary schools, and then there's a reality. But it's only so much that you can do to make things equitable when you have 4 different buildings, and like we used to have 6 or 7 different buildings. And there are districts that have looked at making it more equitable by having grades K1 in one school and 2, 3 in another, and 4, 5. It's just, there are lots of opportunities to think about ways that we can do equity as well as economy. And perhaps, and I hate to think of another ad hoc committee, but there probably should be some community group looking at that so that all stakeholders are in. And I don't want to go into what Dr. Pearson Campbell has been talking about, but I know that she has some ideas in this area too. And this isn't the venue for us to talk about those things, but I also want to say to Member Stein about the issue of the Chapter 70. It really is exactly how you said, Susan. I've been living with that as a principal for years, where it was established in 1992, our formula, and it is part of the legislature because that's a law, the education reform law. We are really punished, and we're punished at the beginning when we got our formula because our community was providing a better foundation for education than all the other communities we were put into the bucket with, and those are cities, and we're considered a small city. So we don't have the same issues that other towns have. We are in the cities, a little city in the big cities. So I don't and there is no interest in changing the formula because it does require that other schools districts are going to get less if we get more. So we're really in a very difficult situation, but I encourage us all to think about including all of the educators into this, have stakeholders involved in understanding how we might be able to do economies of scale. We might be able to think about different ways to have schools. We might be able to think about having fewer staff members, but it's not one reason or one simple way to go about this. It will be very complicated. And that's part of why I wanted to be on school committee, because I could see this happening as an educator in the district for so long, and having the fiscal cliff brought up to us several times, that I really hope to be a contributor that will help our community deal with what is going to be a very difficult situation. And again, thank you, Susan, for this very important report tonight.
Thank you. Member Stein.
Forgot one other question for you, which was, everybody for everything in Massachusetts is pinning their hopes on the Fair Share Amendment. I'm not sure how much that will help us or not. And I just was wondering, given what we know now, what your perspective on if that passes, what it might look like for us, or how much or how little it might help. And I know that's an unfair question with not enough data.
Yeah, I haven't followed that at all because I've been out of the schools for so long, but that's an interesting question. And I don't know if anybody, MASC or anybody has run those scenarios, what it would do. So, but we could find out if anyone's run any numbers on that.
Thanks.
I think there's still a lot of unknowns around it, and kind of like the formula we live under now, right? It depends on what gets established, if it were to pass. And so, I've said before, not only do we need to fight to pass it, we then need to fight to make sure that its implementation goes to education, and that Northampton would benefit from that implementation. Member Goldman.
Thank you. In light of the conversation around the charter school and the school choice, I'm curious what, if you can describe the marketing efforts for the district. I don't need a lot about it, but just like, do we have a marketing budget for the public schools? Is there a director of marketing or communication in general? It's just the website, and I guess that's my question.
I think it would be best if you had Jen Towler in to find out how, because she's the one that's interfacing with the students that are leaving, as well as the students that are coming in. So she's going to have the best sense of how are people, why are they making the decisions that they're making.
Jen who?
Jennifer Towler is the district's enrollment coordinator. I forget her title, but she does the school choice registration. So she's the one who deals with families that are leaving the district and coming into the district, and she'd be the best one to talk with about that.
I'll reach out with her. Thank you. I know that we recently had our presentation with Julie Spencer Robinson, and she spoke about that one reason a lot of families stay in the district is because of our small neighborhood schools, and some of the other things about that, and ways that we can engage with our residents' children more effectively along those lines. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? I will just add my very sincere thanks, Susan. So that we are remarkably lucky, fortunate to have had you help us this summer. And you truly, Susan is the foremost expert on Northampton finance from both sides, the city and the school side. There's no one who knows more. So we're so fortunate to be able to benefit from your expertise, and thank you so much. I know it's a lot that you've had to work on this summer. It's a very busy time from the financial side for the schools, and putting it together this kind of presentation is a lot of work. So thank you so, so much for spending all of this time and all of your care and all the ways that we have asked you to help out during this time of transition. You have stepped up every time we've asked you, and I'm very grateful, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Well, you have very good business office staff as well. So, and in fact, most of them are ones that were there when I was there. So it's actually been kind of fun being back with them. So.
Good. Thank you. So is there a personnel report, or there's you gave me last time?
It's in the packet. It's a very short report because it's only the comings and goings that happened in July. So when Bobby Jones starts, we'll need to talk with her, the superintendent, and see how you want the personnel report to appear. And the August one should be quite long, given that there's been a lot of movement of staff. So that will be that'll be a more informative report next month.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So if there are no further reports, we can move on to new business. And item A is discussion and possible vote to approve contract with the business administrator, and Dr. Pearson Campbell. Do you want to lead us off?
Yes, I would like to welcome our business administrator for the contract this time, Ms. Bobby Jones. It's been a journey, and so we're talking about her contract, which we presented to the school committee. So we all reviewed it, and so I'd like for us to discuss it during this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Is there a motion from the school committee to approve the contract?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, go ahead, Holly.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract that Dr. Pearson Campbell has submitted for us to the for second business manager.
Okay, thank you. And did you second Member Goldman? Was that right? Yes. Okay, so motion been made and seconded. Discussion. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, Susan, if you're ready, roll call please on approving the contract.
Okay. Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes, and welcome, Bobby. Thank you.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
And Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, we do. We welcome Ms. Jones and thank her so much. And we look forward to seeing her soon at a meeting. Okay, next is, so Tammy Lieber is here to talk about electric buses and the discussion that happened at Budget and Property. Hi, Tammy, welcome.
Good evening. Well, after that budget report, I don't know how this is going to go over. So hello, everybody. I want to go over the rebate that's available now for the electric buses that just opened up, but it actually has a closing date of August 19th, which is coming up pretty quick. So I just figured I'd hit some of the highlights and things that we've been going over. So right now, probably the last time we spoke, the buses that we order here in Northampton were not available, and the technology for the lift and other areas that we need for the sped kiddos between the AC and the heaters to keep temperature control correct were on a second fuel source. I found out at a training that I went to in July that we actually had all the vendors there that are selling electric vehicles for just about everywhere here on the East Coast. That has changed. The lift now, I can get 1,000-pound lift, which is what we use for a wheelchair, with a battery backup, and it's running off of its own battery. The heating system is now on its own battery. So things have improved a lot in the vehicles that are out there, and our 30-passenger vehicle is actually available through our vendor now. We have one he said, going to be hitting their parking lot, their sales lot, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, so that they may be bringing it around. And I will let everybody know if they do bring one to Northampton, if you want to come see it. So that has been a huge improvement. The rebate that is out currently is through the clean school bus rebates through state and federal. There's a lot of money available. They're giving, I believe, 500 million out in the first round and another 500 million out in the second round. We do kind of qualify for this, and it's been encouraged with all the Zoom meetings. We've met with the state. I've met with all the vendors. I've had many discussions with Chris Mason, who is on one of our city employees that is our electric guru. And if you need anything to know electric, he is the guy to talk to. So we have been working pretty close to see where we can work with the infrastructure, with National Grid. We've actually had our first meeting with National Grid. So the timeline for this rebate is, like I said, the deadline is August 19th. They're going to be going through the applications, and we'll be notifying schools sometime in October, of who's going to be awarded the first round of grants. Unfortunately, due to the fact that we're not a priority city, we're not a low income city, we probably will not qualify or get the funding the first time around, but it's still advised from everyone I've talked to apply. Now, with that being said, and after hearing our budget and how tight it is, let me go into the cost. The cost of an EV bus and what we actually would order is $360,000. The rebate is only going to cover $250,000. So we're looking at about $110,000 to come up with just for the bus. There is money available in that rebate if we do get awarded it, but it'll only be $13,000 for infrastructure. Some of the other priority cities will get the $20,000, and that would be per charger. The bigger problem with that is it only covers from the charger to the vehicle. It does not cover from the charger to the grid. So all of that extra cost, whether it be installing transformers, the battery backup, anything that National Grid would have to put in, including upgrading any of the grid where we park these buses, is at our expense on top of that. So estimating out some things, it's roughly going to be around $160,000 that we would have to come up for this bus. Part of the second of this timeline is that we would have until April of 23, which is next spring, to have in place the infrastructure already starting to go in and a purchase order for the new vehicle already in place. And we would have to prove that to the state. And then everything would have to be in place by October of 24. So there's strict guidelines on this. We do have to, if we get the money, turn in one of our buses, and they've asked for a 2010 or older. We have a 2012 that does qualify, but we would actually be either a trade or a sale with that, which is allowed because it's a newer vehicle. So it's a big expense. Yes, there's some advantages to it because we would be starting to look at, getting into the electric fleet, but there is a huge cost at it. Sorry, let me just look at my notes. I want to make sure I'm telling you guys everything. Well, first of all, is there any questions on the rebate? Has everybody looked at the rebate or seen the rebate at all? Okay, I see no hands going up. All right. Okay, I got my other notes. So let me go over what National Grid has also told me. They have applied to the federal government to put out a grant. Within the next year to 2 years, there may be money available for the infrastructure. It is not a done deal yet. They are waiting for the government to come back, but it would be at least a year before they could put the grant out. I also know that there'll be a second round of grants coming out in November and December. At that point, would it be more beneficial to wait? I don't know, because then we'd be looking at our FY24 budget to see where exactly we are with money. But I wanted to bring all of this to the committee. I know that when we met with Budget and Properties on Monday, we had a better outlook, I think. And I think I'm going to send this now over to Member Goldman to talk more about that, to see if she's got any more information she'd like to throw out here tonight.
Member Goldman, can you mute? There you go.
Am I there? Thank you. Hi. Okay. Thank you so much, Tammy, for the presentation tonight about the grant application that's on the table, and also for including in the packet just a little description of the transportation that we have in the district at this time. Is really helpful to kind of get a sense of the scope of what we're working with. Yeah, we did speak at our budget and property meeting earlier, and Tammy explained sort of how it all works and what we're looking at for electric. I think it's clear that, and I would like confirmation from the committee that moving to electric buses is of interest to the committee. And then we will start drawing out a sort of 5-year plan, with Tammy, of course, being our lead expert and information gatherer and community connector, wearing sort of doing all the amazing work that she's always done. And then also having Mike be sort of a point person. Right, Mike? That I just want to confirm with you. Okay, because you weren't on video in that last meeting. For this project, for the budget committee, there's a strong interest. It seems like the interest is not only ours, but is also an interest of, the community as a whole as things move towards electric. And so more funding should become available and resources. And so everyone I talked to also about this current grant suggested that we apply for it. Every state will be awarded 2 of them before they would start awarding more to any given state, but some states might not apply at all, who knows, but they do advocate applying for it even if you're not on the priority list. So it is my recommendation. Actually, Tammy, how heavy is the lift to complete the application by the 19th? I want to weigh.
So,
I want to weigh the chances of us getting it with how much effort you have to put in to apply.
So I will let you know that I went to Sue Wright today, because there's actually only one person in Northampton that is our SAMS point person. The SAMS is a government account. Is a government account that right now our treasurer in the city is the only one that has it. Sue did ask her to have me put as a secondary person this afternoon. I don't know if that went through this afternoon. Hopefully it'll be through tomorrow, that I would be able to put the application in. Now, here's the little thing. It sometimes takes 2 to 3 days for a new applicant to go in, and this application's got to be in by Thursday. Friday's the 19th, but they're recommending the day before in case it gets kicked back. So technically we are on like 4 days, because you can't count the weekend. So it's tight. It's tight, but I will tell you, I have the application that was actually printable. I have filled out. The only thing that I'm missing, and I spoke to the attorney, Joe Cook, he is getting me the title for the vehicle that we have to turn in. That is the only piece that I'm missing right now. So we are ready to go with the application process if you approve it tonight. And also, so everybody knows, if we do get awarded the grant and we choose that we know that financially we can't come up with the other 160,000, we can turn that money back. I hate to say that, but it is something that if we know that in that 18 months that we cannot get this program up and running in their deadline, that we can hand it back to them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, given that the application is all but complete and that you've already put all this effort into connecting with people and doing it, I'd love to see us take that last step of applying for it to really get our name in the hat, not only for this, but just to convey our interest in moving to electric buses, you know, in the future, like we talked about in the meeting. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. Okay.
There are a few hands, and I
Yeah,
actually
great.
have some questions too, but let's go to these hands. Oh, Member Serby Cox has her face there now. Member Levy.
Hi, thanks. Thank you so much, Tammy, for your research and for laying this all out for us. I have a few questions. I do, though, want to start by just verbalizing my strong support for our moving in this direction as a committee. It's hard after, as you said, after that last presentation to think about finding the funding. And I don't know if there will be additional funding coming with the additional federal movement towards green energy. And I'm hopeful that maybe there's more help coming and more grants and more rebates. One question I have is about infrastructure. And I recall last year it being an issue. I remember hearing that, maybe this was wrong, but that the closest electric bus repair person is in Montreal. Is that still the case? Or as we think about what's needed to not just purchase a bus, but to keep it up and running, are we well equipped in this area to be able to do that right now?
So I went to a training July 19th. And it was actually a training for my driver's certificate to continue to be an instructor, to keep my drivers with their schooling. But I was lucky enough that part of the classroom time was a round table that had Thomas, which is one of the bigger electric buses. They've been building buses for, I don't know, as long as buses have been around. Did the presentation, but because there was 150 of us at this conference and only 5 of us went to the electric bus talk, everybody else went to a different training. And we were actually able to sit with all these vendors. We had DACO, which does the international, which is one of our vendors, Anderson Motors. We had Highland, which if everybody remembers, was the Youth Commission had brought Highland in to give a talk on that. So there was a ton of people that were able to talk with this. Most of the programs now and most of the vendors that are out there that are selling buses have got their own general contractor that will help you with infrastructure. Anderson Motors, for example, they have the general contractor. They do everything through the state contract that most of us that do any type of thing through the schools or through the cities go right to the state contract, because it's at a fixed price most of the time. And it's at something that only the state and cities can purchase off of. So everybody is on that contract. So they're all vested. There's a lot of things there. We're finding that with all these programs, they also have included mechanic training. They have bus driver training. They have, so you're getting your maintenance crew trained. And with these vendors being local, Anderson's out of Rhode Island, DACO's out of Connecticut. We now have, because they have the electric buses on their lots right now, certified mechanics and the vehicles on their lot. This has only happened in the last year. This, as the technology has come up, has all of a sudden, they're building them, they're getting their people trained, they're actually putting the training and passing it on to the customers that are purchasing these vehicles. So our mechanic here in Northampton would get trained.
Okay. Thank you. I also just was curious, I don't know who knows the answer to this question, but we had talked last year about solar panels being installed on the school buildings. And I'm just curious if there's a connection between those and our ability. No, that can be answered offline. It's just something I'm thinking about. So I do support our moving forward with this as we also find the funding for it, hopefully in external sources.
Thanks. Member Stein.
I want to thank Tammy for presenting to us tonight and for waiting a long time to present. Appreciate it. And for joining us at the Budget and Property meeting on Monday. It was really helpful for us to hear about a lot of new things and get a lot of detailed information about Northampton from Tammy. And I just wanted to mention one, I'm in support of going for the application as well. And I just wanted to add on to what Member Goldman said just about kind of looking at the busing situation holistically and strategically and trying to really understand where we are now and where we need to go. Obviously, we're going to have a RFP that we're going to have to put out for the portion that we contract out, right? If members look on the summary that Tammy provided, you'll see sort of what we own versus what we essentially lease. And so there's got a lot of conversations about transportation, and just from the Budget and Property Committee, we're trying to work together with Tammy and with others in the city to really cost out what the best options are for the school districts for the short term and the long term, and think about what some of the trade-offs are. So on Monday we talked about, well, what sort of realized costs do you have if you bring it in-house versus you outsource some of it? Like, there's a number of factors. Or like, do you try to include any sort of electrification in terms of the RFP, or will you get no one to bid on? Like, there's just so many of these things, and what the upfront initial investment will be versus the long-term savings. So some of that work's already been sort of done citywide on electrification, as Tammy was kind enough to point out to us. So we're going to try to really look at this to give the committee the best guesses we can right now at what this looks like. And as we move towards an electrified district over the next however many years, what our options are, where the costs are, where the pitfalls are. So I'm grateful for Tammy doing that work with us and other members of the city. And I hope we'll talk about it more in the budgeting process and as this issue comes up. So thanks so much.
Thanks. Member Gazy.
Thank you, Tammy. I have a question. So probably, since we're not a high needs city, we won't get accepted in the first round. But if we did, and we got the money and we weren't prepared to spend, you can turn the money back. But does that adversely impact your later application in the second round?
Unfortunately, that question did come up in one of the Zooms that we happen to have with the state, and there really wasn't an answer. So that one was, it was a little difficult. And I did have a Zoom yesterday, and it was, I don't know if everybody knows Jay Sullivan. He works for DESE, and he's part of the finance team there. Jay couldn't even answer that question. So that's a tough one. And a lot of it is the priority cities are going to be just that. They're going to be a priority. There's too many of them here. I actually had to look up our poverty rate today for the application, and we're at a 16.4, which to me is very high and pretty close to some of the other cities. So I'm crossing my fingers that they're going to look at that. But I don't know. And we'll know in October is all I can say. Is if we apply for it, we'll know in October and we can move on from there.
But it is better for you to apply even if you don't get it, because then you're considered more serious about the whole thing. That
is the recommendation I'm getting from everyone, including the Zoom we had from the state. They are very much saying, whether you're a priority city or not, if you're interested in doing this, to apply is probably the best thing you can do.
Yeah, I'm just a little freaked out after that budget report.
Yes. Yes, because it's I mentioned this in the budget and properties. If you think $160,000, that's a teacher and 2 ESPs. You know, it's it's big. If we're looking at layoffs or we're looking at a bus, I don't know where that line should be drawn.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. I'm just curious if I'm not able to see the hands. I'm curious if now would be a good time for a motion.
It looks like we were going in that direction. I just had a couple questions. You can make a motion if it's okay if I ask them after.
Oh, of course, always. So my motion would be to direct the transportation director to submit our application and report back to us, with further information as appropriate.
I second it.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Member Goldman, did you have your hand raised towards that motion?
I did. And I also just want to respond to Member Gazy's comment and say that from who I talked to about the electric bus application, that the electric bus movement would recognize the early hand raisers. And so I think it's to our benefit to apply. And also that because the state didn't have an answer and we were told that we should apply, we can always say that if we run into any trouble later on, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I will add that on any of the calls that I've been on with our senators in particular, they are really pushing everyone to apply and be engaged in this process, and are sort of fervently asking that we try and go after these funds in the hope that that will sort of keep it going and encourage sort of this movement towards trying to help municipalities, electrify their fleets. Tammy, I'm sorry if you covered this, but so the fleet that we have, the 5 buses, not the vans, but the 5 buses. So would this replace one of them, or is there one that we already need to replace? And like, which one would it replace? Would it just be like bus number 1, the oldest one would then?
So that's what would happen. Right now, the only one that would be replaced is it's a 2012 and it's a diesel.
I see.
And because it's over the 2010, we can either trade scrap or sell that vehicle and go from there. If it's a 2010 or older, what they're recommending is you physically have to, and I still can't believe this, you have to drill a hole through the center of the block of the engine and prove that it was scrapped to qualify for this rebate. Yeah, it's pretty wild, and I've seen pictures of it in the rebate. It's pretty drastic, but they want to make sure that this old diesel engine does not go back out on the road, is what they're trying to do. But because ours would be the 2012, we have other options. So, but it would replace one of the oldest.
Okay. And I'm sorry, could you just go over one more time so 160 is potentially what we would be sort of the amount we would have to make up, and how much would the rebate would be for how much?
So the bus costs $360,000.
$360.
We would only get $250 for it. So the cost of the bus would be $110. The estimating that I'm getting from everyone as far as some of the infrastructure would cover up the rest of that. It would be roughly about $45,000 to $50,000 because of the charger that we would actually require. Now we would get the $13,000 for part of the infrastructure, but it's only going to cover from the charger to the vehicle. It won't cover anything that we would have to install.
Got it.
Yeah. And then the other big question that will have to come out depending on how we get this rebate and even talks going forward is where are we going to place this infrastructure and where are we going to park the buses? Because we're parked right now at a school, we're at JFK. But when I meet with National Grid, we are meeting not next week, but the following week Chris Mason and I, and they're actually doing another study for the city of Northampton to see where the best place is and where the grid could support plugins for us.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just add one thing to that too? It's part of our discussion, which is really interesting to me. It might be helpful in thinking about this, is the cost of a gasoline powered bus, right? I think it's about $91,000. So you're talking about if we were going to replace the bus ourselves at any point, in today's dollars, it's $91,000 for us to buy the gasoline engine. It's $360,000 to buy the electric, basically, so you're upside down, even with the grant, upwards of $70,000 once you factor in the infrastructure and everything else. So that's sort of one of the big sort of markers. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that helps. Okay. Member Seraphy Cox, your hand is up from before, right? I think so.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Any further discussion? So the motion is thanking Tammy and saying, yes, let's please apply and see what happens. And we will continue the discussions on how we can, what this would mean for us if we were to get it and how we can make it work. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Susan, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Tammy, for being here, for all the work you've done, and for now the work you will do. We're very appreciative. Thank you. Okay, this brings us to item C, which is discussion and possible vote options for policy on exit interviews. So at our last meeting, a discussion was started to have an exploratory committee to look at the school committee doing exit interviews, or to authorize the school committee to have that function. And the motion that was made was to create an ad hoc committee to explore the exit interview process. So the reason it's on the agenda, we've received a memo from our council outlining challenges to doing that, or for the school committee to fill that function. But a possibility is that the school district could have a policy around exit interviews, and that the responsibility to do the interviews could be assigned to appropriate people within the school department, or a person within the school department, by the superintendent. So the school committee could explore policy options as a committee, or refer this to rules and policy for development of a policy to guide having the school department conduct exit interviews. So I wanted to bring this back here in light of the memo that we got, to have a discussion and see if there's an interest in modifying the vote to sort of move this forward in a little bit of a different way. Member Levy.
Can you clarify? I guess my thought is, I thought we were putting together an exploratory committee for the school committee to do this in the absence of somebody else in the district doing it. In my mind, the ideal state would be somebody else in the district doing these exit interviews and reporting to the school committee, or as a part of the business report, perhaps, when we learn about separations. But I mean, we could talk about all those details, but I guess I'm wondering if we're gonna go, I like the idea of creating a policy. I just would hope that in our creating a policy, we might consider who's the most appropriate body or group in the district to conduct those exit interviews. I question whether it's the school committee. I'm happy to do them in the absence of other folks, but because I want them done. But I also am not sure we're the most appropriate body. So just throwing that out there for folks to consider.
Okay, Member Robbins?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we did the exploratory ad hoc was because our committee was because we've been asking for this for so long and we didn't get anything back from the school department about it. We got told, I went back on my notes and we've asked about this at almost every other meeting we've had. We've been told it's not possible. So if there's a window for the school department to actually take ownership of this, that's fabulous. I still am very hesitant to say that a vote that we took as a school committee to create an ad hoc committee to explore this should be just disbanded because suddenly there's a change in that. And I would certainly welcome, I don't want it thrown back on rules and policy. I think we have our hands full with a lot of stuff at this point, and this is pretty important too. It would be a good idea to have an exploratory ad hoc committee looking at what exit interviews look like in other districts to be able to bring back an informed report to rules and policy possibly, or back to the whole committee so that we're not just blindly jumping into something we don't really have enough information about. But I'm very excited about the idea that the school department or HR might finally say, this is really important. We need to know why people leave our district and what we can do to help them stay. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pearson-Campbell, did you want to respond to that before I go to Member Stein?
Yes. In my previous district, the human resource officer would do an exit interview if people like to. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, depends on their feeling of leaving the district. In addition, there is a report that I have received regarding people leaving the district. This just haven't started that process yet, but there is a report that I received from an organization. So that's coming soon regarding people leaving the district and the reason why. So that's coming.
Sorry, a report from what organization?
I don't know exactly the name, but I received a report from an organization regarding people leaving the district and the reason why they're leaving the district. So that's coming shortly.
I suspect it's NACE.
Oh,
I don't think it was NACE, it's a different organization, but there's a report that I received.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So I just want to know that it's coming. Right now I'm just trying to finalize hiring, but it's coming.
Okay. Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I share my committee members' frustration about this. I mean, I think the reason we talked about this exploratory committee, like we said, is we were getting nowhere. And it was sort of like, well, if no one's going to do it, then we'll have to figure out how to get it done. So I would maybe make the following motion. I'd like to make a motion that and I'd have to look at the school committee date, so this might have to change, but I'm going to throw out this date and we'll see what happens. If by October 15th, there is a policy and a practice to carry out exit interviews in the district, then the ad hoc committee will not be seated. If there is not, the ad hoc committee will be seated after October 15th, and that work will begin to figure out how to do this. I don't want to, I mean, the reason I'm making it is I don't want to get strung along again. And it's just that it's been a long time that people have been asking for this stuff. It seems like some people have gotten attention now that this ad hoc committee was already voted on, right? So if we are going to change it, I'd want to put some sort of a limit on how long it's going to take to figure that stuff out. Or to just seat it, because we've already voted to establish it.
Okay, so there's a motion. Don't hear a second.
I'm sorry, can you restate the motion?
Sure, making a motion to give the district until October 15th to come up with a policy and a practice on conducting exit interviews. And at which point, if there is not one, the ad hoc committee we already voted to establish would be seated and begin its work to figure out how to carry out exit interviews in the district, whether it's by school committee members or other people.
So it would be the district creating the policy, not the school committee?
I think if Layla is going to weigh in and tell us all of these things, and I think the question has to come from the district of how are they going to accomplish it? they can come back to us and we can pass it as a policy. But if we're being told that, no, we can now do it, I want to know exactly how we're going to do it and when it's going to be done. And because otherwise, I think we need the ad hoc committee for the same reason, right? So we can't answer all those questions. If it's possible now, even though it's not been possible for the district to do this, then we need to be told how. And we can, if we want to vote it as a policy, fine, we can do that. But if not, I think we still need the ad hoc committee because we're in the same place.
Dr. Pearson Campbell, did you want to respond?
I just want to say, sorry, I just want to say that people can choose if they want to do an exit interview. We can have a policy, but what usually happens is there you have a natural conversation and why are you leaving? Some people maybe give you an answer and some people are not. So I know you want to have a policy, but it's a human relationship that you usually have with your staff. So I just want to let you know that even if you have a policy in place, people are going to choose, do they want to tell you the reason why they're staying or why they're leaving? So I just want to just put it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us are under the impression that it's mandatory participation, but right now we don't have a way to collect any of that information at all, even if it's voluntarily given. So we don't have anything. There's no feedback that makes it way in a formal way. So yeah, well put, but I think we understand that. We're just looking for a mechanism for those who do want to give an exit interview, for that possibility to exist, and for those exit interviews to go somewhere. Because right now we don't have that. It's just all informal.
Member Levy?
I appreciate that, Member Stein. I was going to say something very similar. I guess my question is, when we say we want the district to come back and tell us how we're going to do this, what are you thinking that means? Who are we sending this to?
I mean, I would think it would be Dr. Pearson Campbell and Layla saying, okay, finding out what are the legal, what do we have to do legally, and HR saying this is how we're doing it, and they can decide what that HR process looks like. You know, like when someone gets terminated or someone leaves the district, right? They say we're going to leave. It's a voluntary separation. What questions are asked of them? What opportunities are giving them to provide feedback on their experiences in employee of the district? How do we capture that? And then how do we share that to improve our hiring practices and our retention policy?
Right. I understand all of those pieces. It's just the district piece that I was curious about. And I guess I go back to where we were earlier in the conversation tonight about what it means if this is truly a policy. Then I think it's up to the school committee to write it. If this is simply a practice we're asking to put in place so that we can gather data, then I think that's fair to ask of our leadership to put that together. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, Mara, can you just say again in like the nutshell version of what Layla said again about this? I didn't quite
It's
follow.
privileged communication with us, so I wouldn't do that.
Oh, okay. So, but what I had just scribbled down. I thought it was she who said that there's a certain way that we can do this, or how it should, when we first started out this conversation of.
Oh, that
floor rules and policy.
All right, so that a possibility is that that there could be a district policy for doing exit interviews, and that the responsibility to do them could be assigned to someone in the district.
I see. Okay.
Or multiple people in the district who would be the people who conduct those interviews.
Okay, that's the part that I was asking just to hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Member Gacy.
So is my understanding with Attorney Taylor, that it's not possible for the school committee to be involved in that role. So, and I said, well, you know, we've asked for human resources, which is on the city side, and they say they can't do it. So then she proposed that, you know, it be made a school department official or some person that would carry out these interviews as people wish to participate in them.
Great. Thank you for that synopsis. Member Stein.
I keep coming back to Member Levy's comment, which is a good one, which is what are we doing with policy versus other things? And I wonder why we don't just seat the ad hoc committee. Layla can advise them on what she thinks school committee members can and cannot do and what sort of pitfalls they are. And they can make a recommendation to us on how we should get this done. I don't see what the problem with that is. We've already voted to establish it. It should already be happening. She can advise that ad hoc committee. I don't understand why it's come back on the agenda. Because she has concerns that we can't talk about in an open meeting. Like it seems just really procedurally bizarre from my perspective.
Member Robbins. You're muted.
I'm very grateful that we have an open window for this with the school department possibly with HR. But I'm going to remind us that all we did for this was to say, let's have a group of people who can sit down and explore what the options are about having exit interviews. And I'm not even sure, I get it that there's some enthusiasm to have it just sort of happen and move forward. But I think it's a bad precedent to make a vote on establishing a committee and then decide that we actually don't need it unless there's some really overwhelming piece of information that we didn't have before. What we have is a wonderful involvement of being part of that exploration. But I had to remind Layla as well. She said she read about this in the Gazette, just to say, hey, it's an exploratory committee. No one's saying we're going to do something. We're trying to figure out how to solve a problem that actually comes from the faculty and staff who have left our district saying, I want to talk to somebody about it, and no one wants to listen. And so we have go ahead, Dr. Pearson Campbell. Are you saying, yeah?
In my last 5 weeks, I've had a listening campaign of some of the members who are leaving the district. And so that's part of my entry plan coming in. So I'll be able to give data about it. But in the past 5 weeks, people have stopped and talked to me who resigned from Northampton. So that's part of my entry plan, and that's coming too. And
that is fabulous. And, and if we have this committee, then certainly, all of our committees do invite the superintendent to be part of it. And it may be a very brief committee. I mean, maybe we meet 3 times and we give ourselves a charge of talking to other districts, asking them what they do, how does that work, and trying to do it the best way we possibly can, rather than just writing a policy. And I also do feel strongly it's a school committee responsibility to have a policy around this. And it's something, if we are charged with being able to make sure that we have faculty who want to be in our schools and give our kids a great education, then we need to be part of assuring that we have policies that will cover that. And it's not a scary thing. It's just a smart thing. I don't understand why it's been such a challenge in the past. And I think we have a really exciting future with it. But I'm going to recommend, I hear that there is a vote to have, possibly a date, or a motion to have possibly a date to wait until the school district comes. And I think that's a very vague beginning. I would love to see this committee seated and to give them a chance to define what their mission is and do some exploration, and then come back to the rest of the committee and say, with Dr. Pearson Campbell, and say, here's what we found out. Looks like this might be a really good path for us to go down.
Okay, so the motion was to explore the exit interview process. The discussion had been, at least had been broached as to authorize the school committee to have that function. So I just wanted to make it clear that we need to broaden that. If I'm happy to seat this committee, I would like us to discuss right now the composition of it and the expectations of it so that I am able to fill that committee. We didn't discuss sort of who you all would like to have be part of that discussion, whether it was just school committee members or other members of the community. And if we could also have the mission sort of clearly stated, that would be helpful.
I think we did state the mission when we decided to create the committee, and I don't have those words in front of me.
So the motion was to explore the exit interview process.
Okay, so there was more to it than in the notes that came up to it, but could we possibly, Mayor, think about this for a little bit, have people's input? I'm just looking at the clock. I want us to do a good job on this. Maybe you could put out a thing asking for people who might be interested, and that group could then create the mission for it.
Well, the mission should be decided by the school committee. It's not decided by the ad hoc.
I think often the ad hoc committee considers a mission and then submits that back to the school committee, because that's a conversation.
Member Levy?
I think in the interest of time, I would love for us to put together the mission now, just so it doesn't have to go to them. They come back to us, then they finally start their work in like a month and a half. So I think, Member Robbins, you stated a mission very clearly to me, and I don't know if you remember what words you used, but it was to it was that this committee would research best practices in exit interviews and bring a recommendation to the school committee of a policy for best practices moving forward.
Exactly, those words.
Hold on 1 second, I'm writing it down since Annie's not here. Okay, and what the composition would be, what? Member Davis, did you want to weigh in?
I was gonna second that, and I will ask if that was a motion, but I forgot that we need to say the composition, so I have to think on that part.
I don't think there needs to be a motion since this already was voted for, but thank you. Member Stein?
I would suggest that we have 2 school committee members be on it, and then I wouldn't put a cap on other members that are relevant, or other members of the community that have other expertise that be relevant. So folks that have worked in the school system, folks that have worked in HR, people that have done hiring and retention. I mean, it seems to me those are the people we might want to have on the committee, but since a lot of the work is contacting other districts and really trying to understand what they're doing, I still think that kind of background would be desirable as community members. I don't know if there's people from the city that have that expertise that we should also try to solicit. This is just some suggestions.
Okay. Any other suggestions? Member Agnew?
I would suggest checking in with the school administration. I think many of us did exit interviews. There wasn't any way of reporting, partly because it was done in confidence. But I think that people in the positions of the hiring and possibly being resigned the positions could really be able to help with this. I really can see that the principals having this experience would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you, Member Levy.
This is also a very basic best practice of HR. And so I would hope that somebody from our HR department might be open to being a part of this committee.
We have a small HR department who's are extremely overworked, but I can ask. Okay. Member Robbins?
And probably union representation would be helpful.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you for that. There's no further discussion on that. That brings us to D, discussion and possible vote to award contract to the superintendent search firm. And member Gazy, you are back up.
Okay, well, the subcommittee met and we divided up the work between us, researching the three agencies that we got: McPherson and Jacobson, Hazard, Young and Atia, otherwise known as HYA, and Ray and Associates. We did a lot of emails and phone calls, checking up on the references. We were a little bit stymied by the fact that a lot of the school committees had turned over since they worked with them. We were trying to find similarly sized school districts that were on the reference list so we could get some kind of thing. So I took Ray and Associates, and they sort of fell off of our list because of problems with organizational and keeping on a timely contract. And then Aileen can talk about her experience with McPherson and Jacobson, and also probably summarize the part on McPherson, and I think HYA was Margaret Miller's responsibility. So Aileen can do that. And then at the end, after she summarizes those two, I can come back and talk about what I learned from questioning Mask. I made questions. I called and talked to, what's his name? Kuchar, very well known, Glenn Kuchar at Mask. So Aileen, are you, and you all got, we didn't send you all the micro notes. We had it originally from all of our phone calls and stuff, but we thought it would be better that we just summarize the findings in that chart that we included in your packet.
So thanks a lot, Holly. So Margaret had entered all of her information there since we knew that she couldn't be here tonight. So she knows that we're speaking on her behalf. We met a few times, and hopefully you all had a chance to have a look at the kind of basic chart that we pulled together. We narrowed it down. We knew that our task was look at all the information, get some references, and ideally pick one to recommend to the committee. And we narrowed it down to two because they were really so similar. There were really great things said about both. One thing that stood out as one difference is the estimated cost that the company proposed. And but all three of these firms use the phrase price matching. We will price match. So that kind of left us with, well, geez, you know, if this third one, the HYA, right, Holly? Member Gazy, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to say that, is we didn't really know what that would look like. So we brought that, we thought we could bring that back to the committee of if you all agreed that it would be worthwhile to go through that process of, well, this other company that we also really like suggests that they'll cost this much. Do you actually come down, and what does that look like? What's the process like? That started to feel like a big money decision that was out of the purview of what we were doing. I mean, I'm wondering if we should, if it's worth the time to like go through that chart, or did you all have a chance to look at that yourselves of all of those things? So you can see from looking at that we had the three of us decided on what do we want to ask when we reached people, whoever worked with these firms. And many of the things were kind of glowing, you know, they're professional. We really wanted professional, timely, knew how to talk to the community, that the community didn't feel put off, that they had lots, they all said they talked to lots of the stakeholders, they really listened. The one area that we asked about that we didn't get a good answer consistently was about, are they able to produce a competent and diverse pool of candidates? And the reason I believe that we didn't get, you know, some districts said that that wasn't a thing that was important to them. Do you know what I mean? Not important. It wasn't a priority. So they couldn't honestly really answer that question for us of if, well, I'm sure they would do, you know, they would say something like, you know, to me, I'm sure they would do a good job at that because they did a great job at everything else, but that wasn't something that was on our minds, you know, in Gardner or some of these other communities. All of us talked to school districts all over the country, really. Like there were a few that were in New England. I talked to people in Merrimack, New Hampshire and Burlington, Vermont, but also Missouri and some really different kinds of places. But the schools, the districts were similar sized mostly. So I think that the three of us kind of concluded that either of these two, if we could figure out the price issue, and if the powers that be that handle the money agree, that the cost is something that as a district we can handle, that either one of these might be adequate. So I can answer questions, or unless Member Gazy, if you want to proceed.
I did want to comment about my call with Glenn Kuchar at Mask, who was in charge of the superintendent services. I did not ask him how much it would cost or things like that, because I kept getting emails back saying, you know, oh yeah, we did this, but then I don't know why you don't try Mask too. So I just called him up to see what was on. And he was very insightful in sort of talking me through the whole search process, on how these agencies find candidates. Pretty much all of them use the same process. They use that National Affiliation of Superintendent Searches, which is sponsored by the National Association of School Boards, which we belong to because we belong to Mask. And, you know, if you want a diverse pool, then they really target institutions that prepare superintendents in urban areas where you're likely to find more diversity. He did indicate that a lot of the agencies, their consultants are also their clients. And he said the amount of money you spend on a search is unrelated to the quality of the candidates. He did know Dr. Pearson Campbell, he had compliments for her, said she was unflappable. And he said, you know, if you're interested in having minority candidates apply, this is a great time to give Dr. Pearson Campbell an audition and see what you like. And then in October or November, if things are going well, you might consider even extending the interim superintendent for another year, up to 2 years. And then, because if you start your search right away and you've got an interim who is interested in the regular position, a lot of candidates will look at that, say, oh, look, they've got this diverse interim, and, you know, it's no use for us. This happened in Boston, where they lost all their the candidates that they brought, aside from the 2 in-house candidates, because people figured they didn't have a thing to go. So it sounded like a reasonable approach to me, especially with the money crunch that we are. You know, we've got Dr. Pearson Campbell, and, you know, see how she likes us, see how we like her, and then move if we want to still do a national search or whatever. So I think I wrote a little memo at the end of that chart that detailed all this, but I just wanted to say how reasonable that sounded to me, when we are pleased with our interim. And if we continue being pleased, let's give her a chance before we start looking high and low. I mean, so Dina, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was actually going to say something very similar to what you just said, and I was thinking about this and saw that the language you put in that document, and it resonated. And the thing that I wanted to pose is really as a question to the school committee. I think when we did our interim search and we're deliberating about candidates, one of the things that many of us agreed on was that we saw in Dr. Pearson Campbell some real strengths that we were excited about for the long-term role of superintendent. And I also think that it's hard to do an interim job and also interview for the full-time job. Like, it's a lot to ask of somebody. And so I've also been contemplating asking this body whether we want to think about pushing the timeline a bit to be able to discuss with Dr. Pearson Campbell what our goals are for her, for you. It's funny to talk about you when you're in this space. For the interim, and really be able to assess before we think about what a long-term search might look like. The thing that has been making me wonder, or, you know, whether I should even ask this question of you all, is one of the pieces that I think is hugely important about the superintendent search, that I think, and I'm curious if this came up in your conversation, Holly, with the or Member Gazy, with the MASC person. You know, one of the pieces that these search firms do that I think is hugely important for us is they meet with community members to really get a sense of what does the community value and what is the community looking for in, and what are those qualities, what are those skills and abilities and competencies. And because of the nature of our interim search, we didn't do that. We were moving fast. So we haven't engaged the community in this conversation or in this process. And if we slowed down or said we want to stick with Dr. Pearson Campbell for a longer amount of time, what we're doing is we're also not inviting the community to weigh in. Maybe we could invite them to weigh in later about how it's going, but, you know, it's just something that I'm thinking about. So I wanted to name that. And then my question is if we do push our timeline back because we want to be able to have more time with Dr. Pearson Campbell before we assess and think about hiring a search firm or not, is there a timeline where like you reach this point and it's actually too late, you're going to get the dregs, everybody's already searched and all the good folks have been taken and now we're left with these candidates? Or is it like, no, November is the right time to start the search? And I also don't know that November gives Dr. Pearson Campbell enough time either, because there's a lot to do. So I know I'm raising a lot more questions than I'm answering, but I wanted to just put all of that out there.
He did say October, November, late fall, you might have some more idea and enough that you want to extend the residency, the audition, the job with her to get more impact. So I didn't think it was, the people whose, it was the ones that were looking in March, and May for, they got this notice where people got really anxious about it and had to push the timelines. So that's my sense. I can talk to him some more about that issue if you would like. He's very approachable and, offered a ton of resources free beyond, things that they can do for you no matter what, whether you hire them or not.
Member Agnew?
Thank you, Member Gazy and Member Levy, for what you said. I won't repeat it, but I just want to echo it and say that I think all your points are well taken about the situation that we have an interim now, that I agree that it's a good chance to give some time. And I also think, Member Levy, when you said about the community weighing in, I know that Dr. Pearson Campbell is doing a lot of listening and contacts with a lot of the community now. And, I don't know if the purpose would be stated that it's about having input into who she should be as a superintendent. But I think she's going to be gathering some information from the community by having the contacts that she's going to have. And I also think that in our retreat, we can do what you're talking about, Member Levy, about looking at the goals that we have for her that are separate from the district improvement plan. And I think that's a really good opportunity to do that. So I'm encouraged by this conversation, and I would like to support the ideas being presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Stein?
Yeah, I'm a little confused as to where we are now. It seems like for the last couple months, we've been pushing towards selecting a firm to do a search, and we're very clear about a timeline of doing one for next year. And now it seems like, even though we've narrowed it down to maybe 2 firms, if I understand what's been presented tonight, we're now talking about not making a decision strategically for an indeterminate amount of time. Like, I just don't know really where we are. I think we need to make a decision tonight, one way or the other. If we're not going to do a search for a full, a superintendent search with the idea of someone starting next year, we need to be really clear about that. And I think we need to be clear about like when we are going to do that search or how that process will unfold, because our community needs clarity. And everyone involved, it might be an applicant, needs clarity. I think we need to be really clear about what we're doing. And we've had a lot of stumbles, I think it's fair to say, with a number of searches and a number of issues. And we just need to know what we're going to do as a community. So I would encourage us tonight to either vote to pick one of these 2 firms that have been thoroughly vetted. And I appreciate the members who have called to ask other districts about their experience and The grid that was presented is very helpful. I think we need to either vote to decide to hire one of them and to enter negotiations on what that's going to look like for a search in this upcoming year, or we need to say we're not going to do a search for a year. But I think we need to make a decision on what we want to do, rather than leave it ambiguously open. Thanks.
Member Gazy?
I would like to make a motion that we table this discussion until November and return to that. In the meantime, I can explore with Mask more. I think it's a very reasonable idea, and I think it, it could work out for all of us quite well. Mask does get candidates from all over the country, and they are considerably cheaper. But whether or not, I would like to make a motion that we bring this matter to the November school committee meeting and put that on the agenda. And at that point, discuss whether we want to extend the interimship possibly, or hire a firm, whether it's one of the two that we discussed or Mask.
So that was a motion.
That was a motion to move this determination until November of how we proceed.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Could I second it and add a friendly amendment to it?
Sure.
Well, I have a friendly amendment, but my
Oh.
first.
You didn't second it.
Nope.
Okay,
Well,
do I not say it until?
Why don't we let Dina say hers first, and I'll say whether I accept it, and then we can do yours if it's different.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dina.
I appreciate Member Stein wanting to bring some clarity to the community, and I think it's fair to say and have clarity in our statement that we would like to make a decision about how we'll be moving forward with the search in November, in order to give time for us to see Dr. Pearson Campbell in action.
And Chief to see us in action.
Yeah, it's a two-way decision. But my friendly amendment is, you as a subcommittee, thank you for doing all this research. You have this information fresh in your mind. Could we vote tonight on which we want to move forward with, so that in November we're not sitting, well, wait, which one was said this and what was this? I just think, why not make that decision now? To say, if we're going to move forward with a search in November, here's the firm we're going to use. And we can even be in touch with those folks to say, we're going to make a decision in November. The question that I have about making a decision is, to me, I think it's critical. And one of the reasons why I want to use somebody is, as opposed to doing it ourselves, is we need somebody who's really going to gather a lot of feedback and hold focus groups and meet with our community members. I didn't get the sense that MASC did that, but am I misunderstanding?
I believe you are. He told me that they all got the same, they would go to Howard University or wherever. They all used that same NASS.
No. I'm not talking about where they go to source candidates.
Well, I know.
I'm saying do they actively put together focus groups and surveys to meet with our community members to get a sense of what are the skills and abilities that folks want to see in their next superintendent?
I believe they do, but I can firm that up. I'm not, it was my sense, but I don't know exactly.
Okay. The other thing that I just want to say about MASC is I hear them saying that everybody gets the same candidates from the same places. But when we look at some of the more recent searches that happened locally this past year, it was all the same candidates. And those were, I believe, places that were working with MASC. And I'm interested in getting more than just the same old candidates who are going from circuit to circuit to circuit. So those are my thoughts. I don't know if you like my friendly amendment about choosing now since it's fresh in your mind or not.
Well, the problem is I don't have that information about MASC, which I would like to do. And also we've got the problem in the discrepancy of costs. That it was very hard to tell the difference between those two. We really couldn't come up, right? Remember, Davis, with sort of a clear winner, except for the cost factor.
And that cost factor, the one that was more expensive was like dramatically more expensive. And I would want to find out more about what's the difference of what do you get for that? And what do you mean by price matching? Do you dicker about it? Like you're buying a car, like how does that work? And so we didn't even get into that. We said everything else seemed equal-ish. I just would want to say whether it, with that November piece that member Gazy mentioned, that if we went that direction, all the things that they say that they do, that meeting with community members and all the different stakeholders, all those things take time, to plan, to schedule, to actually implement, to gather the information. All three firms said that they speak with school committee members individually and as a group, like all of that, like all of a sudden it's April. Do you know what I mean? So I do agree it's really hard to make a decision when I guess I would want to push back a little bit on what Member Stein said about like we've had, I think you used the word stumbles or something. I think that this year has been so unusual with people leaving and all the hiring, as Dr. Pearson Campbell can attest, like that hiring piece has got to be, it's just a lot going on that some of it was just like life happening. So, I think we're in a different place than we were when we first said, hey, let's gather more information about these firms. Like a lot has happened in the past 6 weeks. Do you know what I mean? For everybody. So I think I think that there's a good case to be made for waiting till November, but maybe not like later than that after all. Then we just really have to know what the next step is.
Member Agna?
So here's my friendly amendment. I would propose that along with waiting for the beginning of our search, that we as the school committee look to support Dr. Pearson Campbell in her meeting and greeting and understanding our community in all the ways that we can do that. And I think it would oblige us to get out in the community a little more, not to do, to breach open meeting law, but to do some kinds of ways that we can support her in her efforts to get out to the community in whatever ways she would like us to do that. I had the experience of taking her to all the schools and the special ed department to meet everybody. And I think that alone was a very revealing experience for me as far as how welcome she was and also how she was able to exert her own welcome to the schools. And so I think that, again, being out in the community a little bit more and supporting her and her ability to get out in the community would be a really good thing for us in terms of our understanding of her skills and also her understanding of what our community is about. So that's kind of that's a long friendly amendment, but more about, I guess my friendly amendment is the school committee could commit to helping Dr. Pearson Campbell get out into the community to get feedback and her understanding of the community.
Which would also give us more information with their reactions and I think I like Member Agne's friendly amendment, not so much Member Levy's, because I don't want to, I don't feel ready to select either HYI or McPherson right now. So that would be my motion.
Okay, so remind me what your motion was with
My
Member
motion
Agnew.
is to
Addendum.
push off the decision regarding a search committee until the November meeting. I can come back with more information from MASC about how they do searches and where their pools are and if they can field national candidates. And specifically asking about the local searches around here that we saw and our concerns that same old was showing up, and that we at the same time do what we can to get Dr. Pearson Campbell introduced to the community and in a series of listening forums or whatever.
Okay.
Maybe that's too woozy for you. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want to tighten it up? I
think
it's just push it. I think the gist of it is pushing it off till November, getting some more information about MASC while we're waiting in November to see if there's something we want to consider, and then consider either the two we have and MASC or just the two we have in November.
Okay. And the other part is our own sort of personal commitment.
Aspirational, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that is the motion that's on the floor. Member Robbins?
And I apologize, I'm having trouble with video and audio a little bit, so if I flake out, it's gone. I'm in favor of all of that. I hope that in an effort to be able to share that experience with Dr. Pearson Campbell, that those opportunities will be made available to all members of the school committee, because it is an opportunity for each one of us to be able to be party to those conversations. And MASC does do focus groups. I've been part of some of the ones that they've done in the past.
Okay, thank you for that. Member Levy?
I want to just make sure we have clarity on who's going to do what, so that come November, we have the information we need in order to make a decision about the which firm we're going to go with. So I don't know if Member Gazy, your subcommittee will continue to dig and get more information, or I just want to make sure we're leaving here tonight with some clear expectations of roles. And
we can definitely work on getting more information. I'm not sure how to go about doing the cost.
I think it's got to be a pretty direct conversation with whichever of the ones is most expensive, to say, you price match, here's the price of this other one. What does this mean in practice? I would also really like to know, as you're working with MASC, I'd like to know not only how do they source diverse candidates, but how do they track the demographics of their candidates?
How they track the demographics of the candidates. What'd you say before that?
How they source diverse
Okay.
candidates as well.
Yeah.
And I would want to also know that from the other two as well. Sounds like you've been talking to the references, and those might be good questions for the firms themselves.
Yeah, I think the next step then that our subcommittee could do is call up the two agencies, ask them for, well, we've got quotes, so call up the more expensive one and ask how that works.
Yeah, and I would want to know from all three of them, how do they source diverse candidates? How do they track the demographics of their pool? And is that something they share with us, the school committee, in addition to their process for, and this is probably for MASC more, working with the community to some part of the focus groups and the meetings with the community is engagement and allowing people to feel like they've truly got a voice, which I think is really important.
Yes.
I need a motion to suspend rules.
Motion to suspend rules until 11:15.
Second it.
Motion made by member Levy, seconded by member Gaze. Any discussion? Sorry, Susan. Are you ready?
Ready? This is a motion to suspend rules
to 11:15.
All right. Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Agna, and now we're on the clock.
Okay, really briefly, I just want to address what Member Robbins said about making sure all school committee involved. I certainly would support that and hope that that wasn't implied in my talking about doing the first tours. So I would ask that if Dr. Pearson Campbell would like to find a way to reach out to us in ways that we could help her, and then we can tell her what kinds of time and that we have in our calendar to meet and greet the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Yes. It occurs to me, I picture November arrives. And here and then we'll be sitting here. Are we going, and we Member Miller and Member Gazy and I will have gathered more information as we can of mask or whatever. And then what process are we using to say, okay, we've put this decision off, supported our interim superintendent, everything is going well. And then what? Like that, it feels like, oh my gosh, we can't just go whoopsie daisy. We don't know. Do we choose a company anyway? You don't negotiate a new contract right here in the meeting. Like, how does it seems it all of a sudden felt loosey goosey all of a sudden to me. So I don't know if I'm just missing something.
Okay, Member Levy, it looks like you wanted to answer that.
Yeah, I think we are missing something. And I was actually going to bring this up in the new business part. I've asked, I wrote to Annie and our leadership to ask for our superintendent evaluation subcommittee to meet with Dr. Pearson Campbell, ideally like this week or next week. I know Dr. Pearson Campbell is putting together a 90-day plan. I think it's really important that the school committee help weigh in and give some direction. I don't think it's fair that Dr. Pearson Campbell direct herself. We've got to be able to give some guidance of what our expectations are and set some goals. And I think it's fair for us to be able to say, here's what we would want to see by November, here's what we would want to see by the end of the semester, by the end of the year, along with, you know, Dr. Pearson Campbell, you are getting such a good sense of the district and what you think the needs are and what you want your goals to be. And I think we've got to be able to come together and do that together. So I'm hopeful that we as a subcommittee can meet to begin that process and to bring that back to the full committee. But nobody responded to that email. So I don't know what the likelihood is of our meeting anytime soon. Somebody said we have a meeting on the 31st, but I don't see it on our meeting calendar, and I don't have it on my calendar.
Dr. Pearson Campbell, did you want to?
Yes, I'm hoping to plan next week. I have my NISIP coaching session on Monday. And so hopefully I'd be able to plan time for the subcommittee for the superintendent's group. And I'd have my first draft of my entry plan that I was going to share during that time. So that's coming next week.
Sorry, I missed, I think my internet cut out. What is on Monday?
I have my NISIP. It's called the New Superintendent Coaching Session, and that's on Monday. But I also have my entry plan, my first draft done that I was going to share with the subcommittee. Hopefully next week when I look at the calendar to share with you.
Who is on the subcommittee?
Who's on superintendent? You, Member Davis, and who's the third? I could look it up real quick, but.
Member Miller, I think.
Oh, that would make sense. Since
Thank you.
not here. Correct. Members Levy, Miller, and Davis. Okay. Member Stein.
Yeah, I have had a similar sort of perspective that Member Davis mentioned about feeling like what happens when we get to November. And I'm concerned that some of the conversation has created an impression that I don't know how to describe that. My sense of the conversation is, well, let's see how things go with Dr. Pearson Campbell and then decide. And I think that's a really awkward position to put someone in who is starting a new position. And then how does one then interpret action in November? So if we were to then go vote in November to have a search for other reasons, like I'm not quite sure what we're teeing up here. Like I wouldn't want Dr. Campbell, excuse me, Dr. Pearson Campbell to feel like whatever vote happens in November is some sort of a referendum. Like I'm just uncomfortable with the way the conversation has gone tonight, and I feel like we don't have a lot of clarity. And to Member Davis's point, what are we going to decide in November? What would inform our decision then? Are we saying that we're in some sort of trial period? And if by November we feel like our interim superintendent is doing well, we'd want to extend them for another year at that point and forego a search. Like I don't know what we're saying. It seems to be what we're saying. These questions about the superintendent evaluation committee make me feel like that might actually be what we're saying, but it's still really unclear to me. And I think for everyone's sake, we need to be really clear about why we're waiting till November, what we think we're doing between now and November, and what things we would use in November to make a decision about whether or not to hire a search firm or a search going into the following year. Like, I think we need to know the answers to those questions. It's fair to everybody, everyone that's here on the committee, fair to Dr. Pearson Campbell, and fair to the community. I think if it's wishy-washy, it's just not fair to anyone.
Member Gazy, did you want to respond?
Yeah. Perhaps you'd like to have the feedback regarding the mask and the prices of the other agencies by the October meeting, so that you can then, and at the same time, I love the idea of Member Levy's superintendent what's your committee called?
The evaluation committee.
The evaluation. Thank you. I couldn't pull the words out. Getting late at night. hopefully that will proceed. So if I'm willing to do that by October, so that we don't have so many things on, and report to you in October on that if you'd like. I can also ask as to the best seasons to do searches. I can ask those other agencies if you like.
Is everyone okay with having that be in October, getting that additional information sooner rather than November?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing some nods. Member Davis, do you want to weigh in?
And Member Stein, I think that what I heard was that our committee with Member Levy and Member Miller and I will have the goals of like, this is what we love to see by this date and this date and this date kind of goals for Dr. Pearson Campbell. And so they're concrete objectives or goals or whatever. So it's a shorter timeline. So it's not like, you know, by 2024, we'll have done all these amazing things. So they're concrete things to be able to look at to achieve or accomplish or to demonstrate or whatever good verbs can demonstrate progress and accomplishments and things like that, so that it doesn't feel squishy for Dr. Pearson Campbell or for us about what's being looked for and hoped for. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Member Stein quickly, then Member Gazy.
I mean, what it sounds to me like is being said is that if the superintendent evaluation committee is going to meet the interim superintendent and lay out some sort of expectations, and that if those expectations are met by November, whatever those are between now and November, they're going to extend the contract another year. If that's what we're saying, I think that's what the amendment has to be, or the motion has to be. But if we're not saying, like, that's the thing, like, it seems like that's what everyone's saying, but that's not what the motion is.
Member Gazy.
Well, I think that's just because I don't think you can really nail all these things down so that you have everything all tight and buttoned up. I mean, my God, she has her entire alt team to hire. And if she can hire an alt team and get them working and functioning within a couple of months, that's a good sign to me. If we're not meeting every week till midnight, that's a good sign to me. I just think that the nature of school committee and what we're asking is such that you're not going to have a bulleted, by this date, we're going to do this, we're going to have all these goals. My goal is to hire all those principals, get the schools open, you know, and deal with all the stuff that comes in. And if she can keep her head above water, I think that's damn good. And I'd be willing to give her a little bit more time to see if she can keep her head above water. You know, I mean, really, she's got a lot on her plate. And I think we have to cut her a little break or we're going to burn her out. Sorry, it's late.
I also just want to clarify that the superintendent evaluation committee isn't going to make all these decisions. That committee is going to work with this committee to make those decisions. And there will be a lot of conversation and communication and input that you all will have both ways, in the goals, in the feedback, and in the decision.
Okay. It's 11:15. Is there a motion to suspend rules? We have more items on the agenda.
Oh, God. Can't we just vote on something?
We
I'll
can vote
make
to
a motion
suspend
to
rules.
extend, a motion to extend by, till 11:30.
Seconded. Roll call, please, Susan.
Let's see, Member Davis,
Yes.
Member Shira.
Yes.
Mayor Shira. Member Robbins,
Member Robbins apologized. She was having internet issues, and so she wasn't hearing what we were saying, and so needed to leave, but she has apologized.
Member Gazy,
Yes, I'm getting tired though.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein?
I hear entirely what Member Gaze is saying, and I agree. I just don't think that's what the motion says. I think the motion says we're gonna wait till November, and then there's this friendly amendment about supporting Dr. Percy, but like it doesn't explain these other parts. It seems like what the motion should be is we're gonna extend another year. Or like we just haven't made a decision. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's capturing this conversation. And that's my frustration. Others might not feel that way.
Just a friendly amendment to capture this conversation so that we can move it forward.
You would like me to offer one? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you feel like the motion isn't saying what it needs to say, what does the motion need to say?
I think it would be simpler to something along the lines of, the school committee has decided to wait until November, like a version of what we, I think, originally said, right? The version that you said, right? Which was like, we are going to wait until November to make a decision. I think the problem is the context of that decision-making process. We've put a lot in the deliberation here about what that is, and none of that's stated in the actual motion. And that's what bothers me.
Okay. So I don't remember what the original motion was, but I'm going to just see if this helps. So our motion is then, whose motion was this? Member Gazy?
Mine.
Okay. So our motion is to put off until October the decision of whether we will hire a search firm, and if so, which, or whether we will extend the interim period based off of the evaluation of the superintendent evaluation subcommittee and the school committee regarding the progress of Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Yes, except in October, we're bringing information about other search agencies, but I thought November was when we would make the determination. I was just trying to bring information, so I don't have to bring information in November on that, along with the other stuff that has to go on, which is why I put October for bringing information about the other search agencies. And
answers on price matching.
Yes, thank you. Yes. And then we determine in November whether we want to extend or not. Is that better for you? Or
more information in October, and then table the decision, this vote to November.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the language that Member Levy suggested, which I think captures the actual conversation.
I'll accept that friendly amendment if I don't have to restate it.
Everyone clear where we are?
please say yes.
Is there, okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Susan.
Hey, Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to E, vote to approve update to the 2022-23 school year calendar. Member Agna was going to describe the change.
So I will be brief. I wanted to echo what Member Stein began in the announcements about the fact that there have been members of our community concerned about our decision to make the calendar look as it is and what implications that has for, or messages it sends to our community about our valuing many cultures and religions. I think many of us have had opportunities to speak with the community about that. I had been reached out by Rabbi Justin David, and I just want to thank him publicly for reaching out to talk about the issues around changing the calendar and not only representing his congregation, but understanding the bigger picture for Northampton and why we needed to do the federal holidays versus including every religious and family tradition in the calendar. And I think his suggestion, and I passed it along to Dr. Pearson Campbell, that she meet with religious leaders in the community to help all of us understand what each family or religious observation or observance is to a family, and make sure that all of our educators in our community understand that, so that there isn't the possibility that some teachers don't understand what it means to have Rosh Hashanah or Eid or any of the other ones, so that they are making accommodations and also affirmations about what families do celebrate. And it was just really great to talk with him. And I think I talked to Dr. Pearson Campbell, and she is going to speak with all the religious leaders in town to make sure that all of our educators understand that. And that being said, as a big preamble, we had one mistake in the calendar, and that was holding the Ryan Road open house on Yom Kippur. And so we can't do that. And we need to move that to another date. And I believe that school has decided that and will make announcements to its community about it. And we will change the calendar to reflect that. I had a constituent ask me if a big change was going to happen tonight and if the community could be alerted to what those changes were, so they wouldn't have to look over the calendar again to see where all the changes are. But it is just one change, and it will be the Ryan Road open house, and they're taking care of that. So that's it. And again, I really appreciated Rabbi Justin David reaching out, and also all of us, hopefully, having had a chance to reassure the community that we are supporting families and family observances, but also understanding that the calendar is something that can't reflect everything in everyone's lives and get through our school year. Member Levy?
I just want to make sure that when we're talking about supporting all families, we also recognize we need to support all teachers and all staff. I was just talking to a teacher who said last year Rosh Hashanah came, not this, or maybe it was last year, not a Northampton teacher. Last year Rosh Hashanah came so early that he didn't feel like he could take it off as a teacher because it was like the third day of school. And so I just want to make sure we're recognizing the importance of supporting all people in our community. And I also just want to name the importance of our recognizing the privilege that comes along with using a Christian-based calendar. The fact that we didn't see the conflict of the Ryan Road open house is problematic. I'm just going to name, because it's in line with that, we had a doodle poll for the retreat, and one of the dates that was offered was Rosh Hashanah. I just want us to know what these holidays are and when they fall and their significance, so that we can recognize we shouldn't be planning and scheduling things on those dates. So I just think it's an important thing for us to educate ourselves. And I appreciate that Dr. Pearson Campbell is going to do some of that education. I look forward to your bringing that to this school committee.
Thank you for that. Okay. Any further discussion? If not, Susan, roll call, please.
Okay,
Wait, was there a motion? I'm sorry.
No, not
Okay,
yet.
wait, a motion to approve this update to the calendar.
So
Second.
Oh, did you make that motion, May?
I said we need one.
Oh, I will make a motion to make the change to the calendar as we just stated.
Okay.
all right. Member Robbins.
Not here.
Oh, not here. That's right. Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shira.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. All right. F, update on the retreat. Member Agna.
I did make an update during the announcements, and I appreciate
And give it
again
away.
that Member Levy reminded me of our second part that we need to be paying attention to. And I did want to add that not only did some community members ask us to do some work around ABAR and anti-bias because of our process in determining who would be our interim superintendent, but I think generally our community really needs to do some more work because I think we live in a culture and a time that this work is going to be always ongoing. So I hope that everybody can commit to a retreat for the purposes that we had stated at first. And then the second part will be once we get the funding, and I'm assuming we will get the funding, to do more work, both as a school committee and as a school district and as a community around the issues of equity, ABAR, diversity, inclusion, and anti-bias work. So that's my final update on the retreat. And I appreciate the person coming forward to look to do the doodle. I think we're going to be settling on September 19th.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for new business. Future business and meeting dates. So as we've mentioned a few times, so there's budget and property on August 16th, yes. At 4 p.m. Rules and Policy Subcommittee, August 17th at 4 p.m. We've just
That may
added.
change.
That may change.
Well, right.
To have it after the August 18th meeting at 6 p.m., which we just discussed before. Then a full school committee meeting on September 8th at 6:30 p.m. Member Goldman?
I'm sorry if I just missed it. Are we talking about continuing remote meeting extension?
Why do you?
Item F.
That is not my item F. I had wondered what happened to that, but it's not the agenda I'm looking at, which I hope I haven't missed something else along the way, everybody. Okay.
On the agenda too.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing.
My item F is school committee retreat. Do you not have that update
That's
on?
item G.
Oh, I have no G on this one. Sorry, I must have.
You printed too early.
I printed too early. It's the truth. Okay. Yes. Well, I didn't get my dates ready for this. So the state has extended the provisions that we're working under to be fully remote through, does anyone know? It's a good long time. Sometime next spring, I believe. I would have had the date ready if I had seen that item.
I think it's the end of March.
Thank you. So we need to make a decision as to how we would like to proceed. We talked to NOM about being hybrid, and I'm didn't get an update. Liz, I don't know if you have an update on whether the JFK room is ready for hybrid entirely or not.
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. But we need to, we can make sort of a shorter term decision and then hear from NOM about whether we could move back to JFK and utilize that equipment in a hybrid manner. I know we've been testing it on other meetings, so I think if it's certainly close if it's not there in that room yet. We also could meet in another room where I know we have had success with hybrid meetings. But we do need to make a decision how the school committee is going to continue forward, whether fully remote as we are right now, or fully in person, or to try and do a hybrid. Member Goldman.
I'm really curious to hear what other members have to say, and I'll just start by saying that I'm in favor of moving back into a space together for being in person. I'm in favor of being in person.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis.
I also think, I definitely think hybrid, because I think that we all over the world have learned that there's a lot more participation. That's what I've heard anecdotally anyway, from a lot of places, that there's more participation, but I definitely think in person as a school committee, people that can, however that would look.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
I'd like to suggest that if we do decide to go towards a hybrid model, what I understand the hybrid model to be is that we're meeting in person and the public can access this virtually, right? Which is that's one idea of it. I would want to make sure that members could also access it virtually. I'm thinking about, just today, how many members we have that aren't physically in Northampton right now that are still willing to participate. I would still want them to be able to participate rather than lose them or not have quorum. It seems useful. So I would want to talk a little bit more about what do we mean by hybrid.
Yeah, I think it would be up to us. So as the provisions are now, it would be very open for us to interpret it as we'd like. It used to be remote participation before the pandemic and before they had sort of relaxed open meeting law to allow what we're doing right now, had a provision for remote participation by members of the body as long as a quorum was present and the chair was present. Right now, so, since that's sort of blown open at this point until March, and who knows what they'll do, we could decide what that looks like or what our parameters would be for any way that we wanted to structure it. Member Seraphy Cox, I saw your hand. I guess it went back down. And we could, it's late to be having sort of a more detailed discussion about what that would look like if we wanted to kind of figure out how sorry, I'm being very inarticulate because I'm very tired. So if we wanted to have a more in-depth discussion about how we'd want to structure that, we could have sort of an interim vote right now and make a more formal decision later for the rest of this time until the state makes us do this again. Member Seraphy Cox.
I see that we are past our allotted time, so I would just like to make a motion to table this unless we have to. Do we have to make a decision tonight, or can we make a decision at the next?
I think we would want to say that we would remain remote until we have another discussion to decide how we want to proceed after that point.
Okay,
I think we have to make a decision for what like our next meeting will be, since we now know that our previous decision has lapsed.
Okay. So my motion would be that we remain remote for the duration of August and the first meeting in September. And at the first meeting in September, we would get an update about just we would have a conversation that's not at 11:30 at night.
Okay. And I can get an update from NOM about the status of JFK or the other places where we could meet if we wanted to be hybrid.
Great.
Okay, so that was made, and did I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Susan.
Okay, Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, thank you all. We've not, without you, I would have completely blown past that because it's not on my agenda. Okay, so we went through the future meeting dates. Anything else to be added around that? So we will be meeting on the 18th at 6 p.m. and we will not be meeting on the 24th, correct? Or 25th? Okay. So there is, the executive session on here was sort of a placeholder. We do not need to, or even have sort of a basis for entering executive session. So, we don't need to do that, which brings us to adjourning. There's a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Motion's been made by Member Gazy, seconded by Member Levy. Roll call, please, Susan. Thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lisa and
Thank you, Susan.
Josh, so much. Thank you, Susan, for everything.